Hello, and welcome to Dice and Mimics Dungeons and Dragons. I am your DM, Paddy, as always, and joining me, as always, are my players, Annette as Talia Darkfawn,
Hello, darlings.
Ben as both Valdizian and Urt,
Evening.
Steph as Vienna,
Hello.
Reese as Blossom,
Hello.
and Aaron as Zandal.
Hi.
Before I get into a recap of where we're up to, any announcements from anyone?
Yep, we'll do two announcements. One is our standard announcement, thanking all of the services that we use to put on our Twitch stream. That includes Roll20, Sirenscape, DnD Beyond, Restream. They all allow us to put on this show, have interactive maps, have good ambience, and yeah, they do an amazing job. Highly recommend them. Quite user-friendly. So go check them out if you want to kind of mimic the stuff that we do. And the second one is we still have a 10% discount site-wide over at Tabletop Dominion. So if you want to get yourself a dice vault that looks like that, or some clicky-clackies, because one can never have too many dice, go over to tabletopdominion.com/dice and mimics, and on checkout use code dice and mimics for 10% off. Over to you, Paddy.
Okay.
Made me sweat then.
Anything
didn't know
from
we were
anyone
doing
else? No?
No, that's it.
No? Okay. So, where we left off last time, the party had made their way from Ingbrook to Reethorp to try and both find some more information on what Albrecht Worthington is doing with Slard, or what exactly the end goal is for this situation, or just some more information in general, I get the feeling. They had stayed in an abandoned hamlet and run across a escaped slave, a Gnoll gladiator. They then, the next morning, trailed said Gnoll back to a hidden sanctuary provided by the Raven Queen, and found him there with a number of children that he had rescued from lives of slavery. Whilst there, he filled them in on what he could about Reethorp from his limited information, and during this he received a messenger bird. The party decided to add their own message in with this, including a passphrase from the religion of Triferian. This dove then made its way back to the city and later returned with the next part of the passphrase, and this went back and forth for a while until eventually a meeting was set up with the individual on the other end of the messenger bird, a halfling man by the name of Ramask, who met them at the abandoned hamlet. There, he confirmed that there was the beginnings of a resistance, a cult of Triferian within the city, and said that he could get them into the city and potentially get them disguises, but after that there was not much else he personally could do. Taking them to the edge of the city to one of the barrier parks, he then had the party dig the last 50 feet of a tunnel that led into the Sunset Siesta in the Visitors District. There they met, I've got to remember her name, I know it's something Hurlbarrel, Greta. They met Greta Hurlbarrel, the owner, who then gave them some food, some wine, and told them that Ramask would be round in the morning with disguises for them. And that is where we pick up, where you guys are in this hidden room inside this cellar, waiting. I believe you guys were just about to begin taking a long rest. You haven't taken it just yet.
Yeah.
When we ended the session, you were just sitting down to sort of eat and drink.
Yeah.
But yes, Greta has reclosed the secret door into this room, and you are sat in this room. There are sort of a number of bunk beds around you. There's this central table, and there is a side room which acts as sort of a bathroom, effectively. What would you all like to do?
I believe we were planning our next move, wasn't we? So is it a
I think
case of we're just going to get our disguises and just try and get into the
underground area, yeah.
underground area and see if
Try
we
and
can
make
basically
contact
find...
with the other religions as well, I think.
Yeah. So
I was gonna try and pull rank at the Raven's Nest?
Ravens and Nook.
Raven's Nook, sorry.
That's what you were told.
Yeah. It's Raven's Roost is back home in the heart,
Yes.
isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could convince any of them to help us.
And Vienna, weren't you going to try and go, or are we going to pause the going after your brother to try and...
Cousin. I'm going to hold off on that one because just in case there's a better way.
We think we held off on it because it was going to be if they saw a drow outside of the area that the drow live in the city.
Yeah, there's no way I can actually.
So we need to get you disguised and in the area where drow are supposed to be first.
And was Darcina at the brothel, was that related to the drow slaves, or was that a separate? She was hiring girls to.
So Darcina was one of Notchgrin's informants.
Okay.
One of a number of people who were
taking them as a good.
He was helping him sneak them out, wasn't it?
She was a sympathizer to his cause. She isn't necessarily linked with the cult of Triferian. She was just an independent who learned about Notchgrin and gave him a safe haven when he needed it in the city, and B, fed him information that her girls learnt from
because
client,
the way to get information is plying clients with alcohol and sexy times.
So when she learned about a child who was potentially at risk as a slave, and there was a chance to free them, or it was going to be a good chance to do so, she would pass that information on.
And because I took notes but didn't take complete notes, and it's vaguely tickling in the back of my head, did we try and cast magic near the Gleaming and something happened to the magic, or...?
No, you haven't. You haven't cast magic near the Gleaming. The only thing that happened was you
notes are in strategy and planning.
Sent some sending spells, and
yeah,
one of them to Fandor. One of them where she mentioned Slard. She took some damage, and the response didn't mention Slard. It said something about dragons instead.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, and the Hyperion hounds. They warned us about the Hyperion hounds that can smell our non-human status.
But if we look like slaves, then it's
don't. It's going to look less suspicious because they expect all slaves to be non-human.
So I guess it's just a case of waiting until the disguises turn up.
Yeah. Although, wouldn't the Hyperion hounds be weirded out because drow aren't considered non-human?
They probably just wouldn't pick them up. If they're trained to smell for a certain thing.
I suppose maybe they smell us, they'd probably be concentrating on us.
Once we're in, we'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, we just need to get down to the slave district or whatever it is and then go from there.
So yeah, probably long rest and then pick up in the morning once we've got disguises, make a more thorough plan, and probably a reactive plan whilst we're out on the streets, because until we're out there we don't know. It says,
if you come across guards, keep your head down, let them pass, act tame, do not look suspicious, find something to carry, as if we're transporting something, and then something about the Archdeacon, been the leader of Pelor for 30 years, so we probably need to get
Grayson Haskell. And the guard captain is Gina Hastari.
He started it all.
Yeah, watch out for the people that are being carried around and wearing next to now.
Oh, yeah, that. Oh, I hope we don't see Fatface. Mr.
Well, you know, Worthington is not currently in the city.
Oh, yeah, he's not.
He's a long way from the city.
We actually got here a lot quicker than...
yeah, I think it was a couple of weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The rough estimate that they've got is a week or two. Because he's taking the pilgrim path through the desert.
However, the people that are being carried around, if they've got to that station, they're probably in a similar condition and bodily state as him. So they're probably quite sweaty and fat and ugly. But yeah. I think that's the plan. Most of us have telepathic rings on anyway, don't we? So if
Let me.
Yeah, there's only
So
Talia that
one in-
doesn't.
yeah,
Oh, didn't I say that I wanted to take time to teach non-verbal communication? So as long as
You
I've got
did,
my
actually,
eye line
Mhm.
with the group, that they could be like, do this, go, blah, do that shit, the hand things.
Yeah, I
Do the
would
hand
say
signs, whoo.
if you start tonight, you can
Yeah.
get maybe 2 basic hand signals going.
Yeah. So what communication do we want?
There's-
Don't do the thing. Go that way. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
I mean, there could be like there's danger.
Military around me. I still remember
Like-
some of them from cadets. I'm not
Maybe
sure
like
that's
there's
right.
a danger of some
Yeah.
sort, or
Well,
there's
danger's the stop, isn't it?
yeah.
And then like line up or whatever. I can't remember. I did army cadets like years ago. It's probably not even the hand signals anymore.
I
So,
believe
I
an open hand like that is stop but no danger. Closed hand is stop potential hostiles.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Should we go with? Oh,
Yeah.
Do we want to go with stop potential hostiles? I mean,
we also
They're-
have
they're
been
both-
digging, so we're probably quite tired and ready for
Yeah.
long rest.
Well,
Yeah.
you did a bit of digging and then you summoned 8 giant badgers to do the rest.
Yeah.
I think what it was I was trying. I wanted to one-on-one with everyone. Like this is probably going to be a long, if we live through this, a long-running thing is trying to teach everyone thieves' cant. Just
Right.
because it would be useful. Even if it's just basic thieves' cant, maybe not as advanced as true thieves' cant, but being able to read basic thieves' cant and hand signals or something, I don't know,
Right.
would be
Okay.
it would be useful for a group. I think.
So
Okay.
I think the stop ones are the best we've got at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't think of anything else that they're the most urgent.
Okay.
So look out, I guess, and
Okay. So you guys spend the evening doing that, drinking the wine and the ale that was provided, and eating of the food if you feel like it. As you assume the evening draws on, there are no windows and no other door. There's only one other door, and that leads to effectively a garderobe, a closet with a hole in it.
does it have a
so you-
disintegration?
No, it is just a pit.
Oh, so it probably stinks then.
No, it hasn't been used yet, so it's fine at the
Oh
moment.
well, it's gonna.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
It's been-
Uh,
In character and out of character.
Yeah. Do you
But
shit?
yes,
Do you remember
but
that
yeah.
one?
but
Can
yes,
I-
you guys.
Can I just say that before we go to sleep, Val is probably going to spend some time in prayer to Tritherion.
Okay.
Kind of looking for calm, looking for guidance, and hoping that he can get through this, one, without dying, because he has a habit of doing that, and two, whilst upholding his values and his pledge without causing risk to his fellow party members. He's kind of going to follow that tightrope between what he should be doing as a paladin, but also keeping everybody safe.
Okay. Go ahead and make a wisdom check for me.
Check.
Check.
12.
12. You spend your time in prayer and meditation, and though there is no response or feeling, you've settled your own mind a little bit.
Cool.
Okay. But yeah, you guys spend your evening eating, drinking, and eventually you go to the beds that are provided and take rests. I'm assuming you're not bothering to set a guard, or are you having a guard?
There probably will be a sort of guard. Yeah.
I imagine dream team.
Yeah.
The people that require the least amount of sleep do the watch.
Okay. So you just sort of spend your time. There's only, like I say, there's effectively
Taking-
only 2 entrances and exits from this room. There is the secret door and the tunnel that you came out of. That's basically it. So it's pretty easy to keep a watch on them, even just whilst meditating or in your slightly less than comatose state, Talia. But eventually you
Like
all
creepy sentient statue.
you
Sleep.
do all complete a long rest.
Yay.
And
Always good.
again, the passage of time is, you have no way of telling the passage of time, but eventually after what feels like maybe the passage of a number of hours, maybe longer, you're not sure down here, you hear something from the other side of the hidden door, and you see it swing open, and there is Greta. You see Greta Hurlbarrel stood there with next to her Ramask. Ramask is like got a big sack over his shoulder, and he goes, so you all made it fine, good, glad to hear it. Greta has said, obviously you've been good guests, you've kept the noise down. That's what we like to hear. So first he pulls the sack off of his shoulder and dumps it down, and you see within there's 6 of you, so yeah, 6 outfits in roughly your sizes. He's obviously had to be slapdash, but they are like full shroud, full desert shroud gear, like heavy white cloth. So like it's like a full robe, it's got a full headdress, a face. Literally it is completely covering. He goes, right, first off, put those on. If you're wearing armor or weapons, if you've got somewhere to store them that'll keep them hidden, you're gonna have to do that.
Maybe if we have some sacks, it'll look like we're carrying stuff. Maybe
That's
keep all of
fine, but if you get stopped by a guard and they ask to search what you're doing, then
okay, maybe not then.
just a warning.
Is there a way for Val to both wear the outfits that are provided and put his cloak on to hide his wings, or is his wings going to have to be on display?
So the problem is the illusion covers you and is a visible illusion, but it doesn't change your shape.
No,
Right.
you'd still have to be mindful not to walk into anyone because they'd be able to feel your wings, but they just wouldn't be able to see it. I think he just.
But the thing is, if you wrap the cloak around you to do an illusion,
people can walk into it and then
over it, it's still going to have the wings because the wings are still there.
Yeah. We cut holes in the back of it so that his wings can come through, and then put the cloak on over the top, so that way it's only the disguise, and then his wings are still free. Could we jury rig something like that?
Technically, Val could literally just wrap himself in the cloak and make this disguise.
Yeah, well, I suppose if you've seen it,
How much can I get the wings
see.
to compact? If I put something around the wings, could I
forego flying ability?
Yeah.
I would say you could probably get them fair to your back.
Right.
It will be uncomfortable, but you can do it.
Okay. I think that's probably best for our first outing, at the very least, is... we don't want to be drawing attention to ourselves, so I'll just suck it up.
Yeah, it's gonna... If you've got those wings on display, that's really gonna draw attention.
Xandal places his bag of holding in the middle of the room so that people can put their armor in there if needed.
Yeah, I suppose that'll take up less room, won't it? It's just, but then make sure that no one can see your bag. Hide it in your robes so that.
Yeah. Oh no, 100%.
I want some kind of weapon. I don't really have any weapons that I can hide. My crossbow's going to be too big.
Sorry, just very quickly. I think the stream or Discord is playing up a little bit. Everyone disappeared for a moment.
Yeah, I opened the main Discord and it just went blank. It should be back up now.
Yeah. My Discord's been flickering a bit, but I think we're all right.
Okay.
I can see you all. You'll look beautiful.
Could I hide my
thank you.
rapiers? Are they going to be well enough hidden? If I have them high enough up on my back, they're not going to stick out too much.
I mean, you can attempt to try and hide them. It will be, I would say either sleight of hand or a straight dexterity check, depending on how you're wanting to hide them. Depends on what check I'm going to levy here. Realistically, if you're trying to hide them and have them so that they look like part of your natural form, that will be a performance.
I'm thinking more maybe strapped to my back. so that
Yeah.
they're more hidden, so that they don't show, or rather that the robes conceal it.
So that is going to be a
Not
straight.
easy to get to, but
Yeah,
hidden
so that is going
well.
to be a straight dexterity check to see how well you can lash these in place on your back.
Dexterity check. This is not going to
One
end
thing I
well.
would suggest is I've got the magic sleeves of storage that we can hide.
It's
stuff
going to
in.
be streamingly obvious. I would hope that with the 3 that people would point out that that's not fucking working.
Well, hang on.
That's just-
Hang on.
Yeah,
Seven.
so we can have
Oh, shit.
concealed like daggers and stuff, small swords that we can actually keep hidden, or we can just use sleeve storage because then we've still got them with us without leaving them behind.
Oh
we
yeah,
would
you've
have
got
to-
sleeve storage. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'm thinking
um,
more. I was
it
going to
would
hide
be difficult to
the
get them out quickly though. Is the only problem.
ebon shot. I was going to maybe put in the bag of holding because that's too big. I'd never be able to hide the crossbow. And then I was just thinking, maybe would you be able to look after the rapiers? Because this ain't working.
I think I can take swords because they're fairly small. I don't know if a bow would fit, would it? So
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If we put the crossbow in the bag of holding that Xandal looks after,
And I'm
and then
not
if we
sure
can get to
about-
it, we can get to it. But
the shovel.
I've got some smaller weapons, but also, Sandal, didn't you give me something last session?
I cast blink into.
You cast blank
Mortis.
into.
yeah,
the shovel,
you've got a few. Yeah.
I couldn't
Um,
remember if it
Use the
was
blink.
in Mortimer or in another item.
No, it was
No,
in
it's
Does
Mortimer.
it
in
look?
Mortimer.
Does Mortimer look more like a shovel than a spear?
Could I carry it and people
Could you
think that
carry
it's...
it and bluff that it's a shovel? and
Mortimer
it's a spear?
looks.
shovel, yeah.
Mortimer looks like a broken shovel, but the blade has been sharpened. So the problem is, you could try and pass it off as just a broken shovel, and you're going to get a new one, but there's risks involved with that.
Because they might think, oh, it's a slave trying to brandish a weapon. Makeshift
It's the same.
weapon. Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing of like a prisoner in a jail trying to fashion a shiv out of a toothbrush or something. It's that same sort of mentality that they may think you're having.
What we could do is, because it doesn't take up a lot of space, would you be willing to put your gloves into either the sleeves or a bag of holding? Because they don't look like a lot, and they can turn into digit daggers.
Yeah, not a problem.
I've
So
put my elven chain into the bag of holding.
Okay.
Is there a way I can keep Winter's Moon? In fact, I was going to say,
Winter's
is there a
Moon's
way?
a dagger.
Yeah,
So
that
It's
would-
just a dagger,
can't
so I
design.
can kind of hide that.
The other thing is, you do know with soulbound items,
That's the other
even
way
if
place
you-
I was going. If I
yeah,
put it into a bag, I can just call it back.
if you put it into a bag of holding, that would be different. But if you put it into a bag, just a random bag, then yes, you could literally
you could just
leave.
leave that. Yeah,
You could literally leave that here,
in the room.
and you can just summon it to you anywhere.
Do illusions work on illusions?
How do you
Will-
mean?
Can I wrap my cloak around me so I can do the illusion and make it so that my shield isn't so bloody obvious? Because a slave wouldn't have a shield.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, no.
But
Oh,
before we get
no.
anything else away, okay, well, I've given my lightning rapier and my normal rapier to Blossom there in your sleeves. Ebon shot is in Xandal's bag of holding. The rest of it I have is magic casting, so that's me sorted.
Digit daggers,
Now we just need
gloves
to
are
do.
in the sleeves.
Yes.
Please
Uh,
make sure that you
meanwhile-
unequip these on your character sheets. Same
Yeah,
same with armor
that's
if you
what I'm
take it
doing.
off.
Yeah. Right, lightning rapier off.
Uh,
Where's my other rapier? It's in my attacks, but I don't. Oh, there it is. I'll equip you, and then Ebon shot. Where are you? There you are. Cool.
yeah. Meanwhile,
probably a good idea,
Sandal's
anyway.
having to shove as much as he can into the bag of holding where he can,
Mhm.
because considering his hammer's almost as big as him, he also has other hammers, crossbows.
All of the shit. All
Yeah.
of the stuff.
I've also had to take off my headband of intellect because I can't be
Oh,
wandering
no.
around with a friggin'
I've also got another question.
Well, you're fully covered.
fully covered. so I
You're
can keep
fully
my...
yeah. Slaves have to be fully covered from head to toe. So
Okay.
Does this fuck with my chameleon armor? because I wear my robes over the top of it. I don't get the benefit from it, do I? Because it's iridescent. That's why it disguises.
Yeah.
How does the
other-
armor work?
The other issue you've got is, though the robes are bulky, they're not so bulky that they hide armor. So it depends on
It's just leather armor. It's quite skin tight.
You should be able to get away with it. You may have to make some deception checks whilst walking. I will say that, like, if a guard pays close enough
So
attention
basically,
to
he
you,
wants us to be completely defensive.
well, not so much that he's telling you to take off and hide what you feel you need to hide. If you think you can pass off, pass off the armor.
Robe. How big are these robes? Like it's
the
really
robes are-
hard to visualize.
The robes are big and chunky, yes, but at the same time, like they are made of a light enough material that you are not going to get heat stroke. Bearing in mind, half of this city is desert.
You can see somebody's figure through it, sort of thing.
Yeah, you can still see like the outlines of what someone's like.
So
Not
what
necessarily
you're saying
like
is that
outline.
the Reethorp people are perverts and just want us
No, but
naked.
something like armor buckles and the curves of
studs.
armor are going to show up if you move wrongly. If you want to
Fine.
risk it and you think you can
No, because
move
I'm
carefully
not
enough,
doing anything that requires dice to not get fucked because my dice will fuck me. So I'm gonna get naked and give the armor to Xandor.
you're not naked. You've got clothes on.
I
You've
know
just
I've got underwear.
removed
I've
the
got
armor.
my chest binding and my pants.
Well, no, you've
but
got like a
that's it.
shirt and pants, etc. You don't just wear leather armor against bare skin. That chafes.
Maybe
I
Talia
mean-
likes it to chafe. You don't know. Don't judge me.
Well, Gunter knows.
Yeah.
I feel
But
like
yeah,
I'm.
I shall give my chameleon armor into the bag of holding as well, because I don't think chameleon armor is going to fit in those sleeves.
I
I've still
feel
got
like
my
I'm
vanishing
gonna
lockpicks at
regret
least, so I don't need to
this.
worry about them.
Val will have probably tried to put the cloak round him and seen if the shield shines through, noticing that the shield basically goes through the illusion.
Yeah, it does. It
Val-
just pops back into the top of whatever
Val
you put over it.
pulls the cloth back, goes into his bag, and he's still got 1 square foot of invisibility paint.
I
That
don't
he is-
think that's going to work.
I don't
and
think it's gonna
you should
work
waste the
either.
item.
But
You gotta do it now. You put it out there.
it's either going to work or it's going to make the guy that made this shield laugh. So
And then he might do something nice for you. You never know. Be
I
entertaining,
am
that's
going
actually
to
a good
take the
shout.
spray paint out and just try and spray a small
Well, it's
line.
not-
Spray
It's
paint.
not spray
yeah,
paint. It's just paint. It's
in
like
a
Okay.
jar.
Yeah, I'm going to try and paint the shield invisible.
Okay, as you go and try to put some paint onto the shield, it just drips through onto your arm.
And now, you look like you're missing an arm with a weird shield floating out of nothing. Oh my god.
It would be a one small dot. I wanted to test the
Yeah.
theory.
Yeah.
So yeah, ignoring that, putting the paint back away, he'll just have to suck it up with the cloak around him.
Like walk around with a cloak like that.
Yeah.
That's just going to show. So basically, we're fucked because you're going to stick out like a sore thumb. That shield is going to get us in more trouble than your wings, I think.
As daft as it sounds, is there any way of positioning your arm in a manner that it looks like you may have lost an arm?
Just
Try and hide it
hide it
further.
under the
Hide it
The problem
further
is the
inside.
shield would then be on my chest.
Yeah.
True.
You can't hide it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we do about that? Fuck. Stick his arm in a crate. Would it disguise it in the crate? Would
Anybody
it
got
come out
greater
the crate?
restoration? We could chop my arm off.
I was just thinking that, to be
I
honest.
think that as soon as your arm grows back, it just comes straight back onto your arm. You're not getting rid of that shield.
We'll just have to.
No, I have a feeling the moment the arm comes off, it goes to the other arm.
Yeah. And then your legs. Your ankles after that.
Your face.
And then it becomes a
So you've
belt.
got no limbs left, and then it's just there.
Right, in that case, I'll just cloak round, and if somebody asks, I will just go, it was a weird experiment by my master.
I mean, you can be quite honest and just say it's a curse.
Yeah.
That's true.
My master thought it would be funny to put a cursed weapon, cursed shield on me.
I put the milk in first in my master's tea, and I've been cursed ever since, because that's the wrong way to make a cup of tea. Fight me. Fight me. Okay.
Do we have an objective for today, or are we just...
It gives you... Does it give you resistance to one physical?
I think it's one physical... no, he has to take two physical vulnerabilities to get one elemental resistance, isn't it?
No, he's got loads of elemental resistances. They're just standard now.
Yeah, but does it give you...
I know, but I meant he has to take two...
well?
He has to take two vulnerabilities.
Two physical damage types. And then I'm resistant
to vulnerabilities and one resistance. I'm talking specifically about physical.
So I have to take 2 physical damage types that I am vulnerable to, and then I'm resistant to poison, necrotic, radiant, and psychic damage.
But you're not resistant to the other physical?
No.
Right, yeah. So you can...
Wait, so he has no physical... So if he was bludgeoning, piercing, he would not be resistant to slashing as well as those elemental things?
No. He has the standard damage from that one.
Well, that works in his favour, because that's as good as a curse as any. Yeah, my slaves... Yeah. No one's going to... more damage,
elemental damage.
You are also... You are also resistant to fire, cold, lightning, and thunder damage as well, Val. You missed the first part of the shield.
Oh. I wish I'd known.
If you gain... tier system, you get like the first thing, and then when you move on to the second thing, you still have all the benefits of the first tier, but also the second tier.
And I can no longer be adversely affected by environment in Arctic... Oh, so the heat doesn't affect me anymore? Cool.
No. Heat and cold do not affect you.
I've read this like 3
times.
times. It just
heat because I'm fire resistant.
Heat, you are less affected by heat because of your fire resistance. Yeah.
Cool. Do we have an objective for today?
Saying it's a curse that makes you
basically
more vulnerable
making our way under.
Yeah, we're trying to sneak to the underbelly of the city.
And then I think head straight to the Temple of Tritherion.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Reese, what were you saying?
I was saying the point is that if anyone does point out the shield, you say that it's a curse, that it looks like a shield, but it makes you more vulnerable to physical damage.
Yeah.
So that you can be beaten and put in your place easier.
And if I get Zone of Truth, I'm not lying. So
yeah.
Ramas goes, well, it also looks kind of like a symbol of Pelor.
Yeah, but would they allow slaves to display?
I mean, if you
are we allowed to even be in Pelor's light?
They would allow.
You're not allowed to bask in Pelor's light, but if your master's heavily religious, he may have slapped something on you.
True. Fair point. Well made.
You may have been caught worshipping one of the other deities, and they've decided that as your punishment, you have to carry around a symbol of Pelor to remind you of who is the true god.
Yeah.
There's ways around it.
Actually, there's a point. If her takes off her necklace, does that mean she doesn't have a spell casting focus anymore?
The necklace should be fine underneath the robes.
Okay. As long as she doesn't get searched.
Fall out, because if they see a symbol of a different god, that's probably not going to go well.
New city, lots of challenges.
I don't wear any specific symbols of the Raven Queen, do I? It's only on my civilian. Yeah. There's no way they know that that's the Raven Queen's cowl. Right?
Speaking with your mask, is there any form of like tools, artisans tools, etc. that I could probably change my smith's tools into that I can get away with carrying around with me?
Well, I mean, slaves are used in most intensive labor jobs, so forge tools, farming tools, any sort of wood cutting tools, anything like that, you'd probably get away with. Although quite normally you have to leave them, at your place of work. They're supervised.
I'll probably just turn my smith's tools into something a little less bulky, maybe.
Yeah.
And this is the time I'm glad I'm just a magic user.
I mean, I do have...
if you've taken your gauntlet off...
Oh, crap. Yeah, I'll have taken the gauntlet off. But still, at least I'm a magic user.
Do I need to take off my van braces of defense as well?
No,
Or do you reckon I can get
they
away
will
with them
probably
just
be all right
being-
underneath the
Yeah,
the robes.
baggy sleeves. Like the sleeves like this, right? So you can't see them.
Yeah.
Just thought because that's a piece of armor as well, isn't it? Technically.
Yeah, anything that doesn't look right, Vienna will have definitely taken off. Gauntlet, all.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably even her own cloak, actually.
So eventually you are
Oh, that's
all
gonna be uncomfortable for a bit then.
you are eventually all changed and prepared. You are completely, like I say, head to toe covered in these white cloth outfits that again are heavy but breathable, so you're not going to feel too hot in them. But Ramas goes, alright, so normally slaves aren't in the visitors district, so the first thing you're going to be doing is Greta here has sold me some wine. I've brought along a couple of slaves who are going to carry the wine barrels back to the Wings of Freedom.
Right.
After that, that'll get us through the gate back into the city proper, as long as we're not looked at too closely. So again, as we go through, head down, don't look at the guards, just follow me. Alright?
Yes,
Because
master.
bear in mind, this is my ass on the line here as well. And I don't particularly fancy being fed to a Hyperion hound today, if you don't mind.
I don't particularly want to get stabbed either, so.
Looking to the
Alright.
ground might be a bit easier for me because I've just taken
Yes.
off my cloak, so I'm not going to be looking up.
Alright, so, come on. He guides you all out
Also,
into...
Just quickly, for full disclosure, base armor is 10 plus dex.
10
right?
plus dex, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
what is my
I don't
armor class
imagine
now?
don't imagine we'll be getting into much
Well,
of a fight.
if you've
we
unequipped
did-
your armor, it should
Would
adjust
I be
automatically.
14?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. There's something wrong with my sheet. Like I've unequipped
Alright.
the
So it
armor,
would be
but
10
it's still
plus
saying
dex.
17. Oh, is that right? If it should be 10 plus dex, so that would be 14 plus 2. Should I be
Yeah,
one less
van
AC
brace.
because of my van braces?
Yeah,
'Cause
one
you said
less
I could
because
keep
of your
those
van
on.
braces, yeah.
All right, I'll knock that down to 16 quick. I think it's because of the van braces were not.
Yeah, it's
There
a
we go.
major
There you go.
problem
I'm
for
16.
a
Yeah.
Val and anyone that doesn't wear light armor.
Paladin with an
Yes.
AC of 13 at level 11. Let's go!
Oh.
Oh dear. Okay.
The rogue is less squishy than the paladin. What the?
Yeah.
So Ramask and Greta lead you out into this wine cellar where you can see there are currently 6 large barrels of wine. And when I say large barrels, we're talking proper big barrels. And he goes, okay, pick them up.
Yes, sir.
Right,
Who's
sorry.
pairing up on what? Who's pairing up on what?
So, I would say Val, probably Xandal, Vienna, Talia, and Blossom, you're all able to carry these okay without any checks. But these are... they're heavy. They are... your arms are going to hurt after this. Unfortunately, Xandal can do this at his size because he deals with iron and forging a lot, so he's used to weight. Unfortunately, is going to have to make me an athletics check.
I'm
As
just seeing if there's anything she can do that she can even
Could she get away with, like, myself and carrying one barrel?
Wouldn't that make it heavier? There's there's not 6 of us, is there?
Can she enhance ability and give herself bull strength,
yeah, she can
and
cast
then
that.
not have to do a check?
Yep,
Okay.
that would be fine.
Cool.
So she quickly mutters and casts that on herself, and you see ever so slightly underneath the robes, just her muscles just go, and she just lifts it up easily.
Remember to bite
Ramasco.
our tongues because we're probably going to get hurled abuse at. So we gotta just suck it up.
Ramas goes, all right, come on. And he guides you up the stairs and into quite a nice tap room of this tavern. It's a pleasant, sort of done in sort of these sunset oranges and yellows. There's a number of tables and chairs. There's a fireplace, but there's no fire lit because obviously don't particularly need one in this heat at this time of year. There's a long bar made of like polished black stone, and you can see behind it a number of, rather than there is like a couple of ale barrels, but most of it is wine barrels and like racks of wine bottles. And Greta goes, well, good luck, and if you need a safe house again, or you need a way in and out, then obviously come back here and I'll do what I can. But if you're being chased, I'll not let you in. All right, good luck.
Thanks.
And as you step out of the doorway, you step out into the blaring light of this city. And as you sort of like come out and glance around, it is impossible to tell what time of day it is by the amount of light.
Fiona's
Like,
definitely looking down.
It
She's
is.
carrying the barrel and it's like,
You know, you in your heads you're thinking it must be around early morning, but it feels like midday. There is just light beating down directly from overhead, no matter where you go. It is just constant light. And you can see here in this district, there is not a lot of people. There are people moving around, and you do see like the odd non-human here and there, not dressed up in robes. And Ramas goes, remember, currently in the visitors district, so you'll see some non-humans. Normally they're traders, diplomats, out-of-towners, that sort of thing. This is the only bit of the city they're allowed in. And he starts guiding you eastward. And after about 10 minutes walk, you can see ahead of you these large white marble walls and a gate, and you can see there's a portcullis that's currently raised and there's people moving through, but you can see like a lot of people who are coming in are fine. Anyone going to go out is having papers checked, that sort of thing. A lot of them are being escorted, like there's literally like a priest there waiting for them to escort them to wherever they want to go, along with two figures in like this golden plate armor. And you see that there's quite a large garrison of these figures in this plate armor, along with two of these large black hounds with glowing white eyes and like white flames trailing down their back that just flicker and lick at the air. And as Ramask approaches, you're all carrying these barrels, and you see two of these figures in these golden armor stand in front of Ramask and go, halt! Papers! And Ramask goes, yes, of course, anything for the Radiant Templar. He hands over a bunch of papers, and they flick through it, look over all of you, and they go, everything seems to be in order. Make sure that you get these dropped off and these slaves onto their next job as quickly as possible. Understood? Yes, of course. And he starts walking and you all follow, I'm assuming?
Yep. Head down.
Okay.
I'm following whoever I'm behind's feet.
Okay. I'm gonna roll here
Probably
to the
sandals.
side.
Here we go. This is where the shield ruins everything. Wait for it. We're waiting for it.
As you are walking along, Blossom, I need you to make me a
Okay.
dex save.
Cool.
We're trying to slap his ass all the way back. Her ass.
Well, I was thinking of mentioned I would probably have my tail tucked, probably wrapped around one of my legs, if that's...
Yeah, but that's not what's happening here.
Right.
Sexual
Someone
harassment is
tripped
what's
you
happening
up.
right here,
Yeah.
isn't it?
No,
Maybe you
no,
tripped
that's
you up or-
yeah.
What was it?
Some,
Dex
some
save?
Dex save.
immature god thing, I'm sure.
16.
Wait, shouldn't you just let them trip you?
You
I
do.
was thinking I'd probably purposely fail.
You do notice as one of them sticks a leg out to try and trip you. But as you do hit the leg and you do stumble, but you don't fall, and you manage to keep a hold of your wine barrel. And as you do, you just hear one of them go, "Watch where you're going."
you asshole. Didn't say that out loud, just in my head.
I would just
Don't want another
nod.
dragon incident.
Yeah, I'd keep my head down, nod, and keep going.
Okay. Ramask begins leading you in a northeasterly direction, heading through streets, and the buildings here they're similar to the ones you've seen in Maham, but they have much larger windows. They're like very open buildings, because this area is more temperate than Maham. It is warmer. You get the feeling that it does get rain and it does get cold weather, but most of the year it's this hot, sunny temperature the whole time. So the buildings are made to represent that. They are much more open. They allow the breeze to flow in a lot easier. They are made of like this either marble or granite, very cool stone buildings. And as Ramask is leading you along, you can see that there are a large number of people moving around. It looks like it's going to be a busy day. And you see children running around and playing. You see people hawking their wares from stalls or going into other buildings that look like they could be shops. You do see occasionally, like, there is probably for every 3, maybe 4 regular people you see, there is a fully robed slave moving around. And they are moving either normally behind someone, like following a designated supervisor, or they are moving slowly and carefully by themselves, trying to draw as little attention as possible. As you move along through the streets, you see more and more of this city, and you'll see, like, as you go past the shop, like, there'll be a slave waiting in a line, but then a human comes along and just sort of shoves them and just moves in front of them. You see, as you go past an alleyway, what looks like a pair of young men just sort of like shoving a slave back and forth. You see children pointing and laughing occasionally. Like, you see one pick up a rock and just throw it at a slave's head as they walk past. There is a definite social structure here.
Joke's on you, I can't
And
see
it
anything.
sucks.
Yeah, Vienna, it's blinding.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
Yeah, there's not just the sun, there's this giant rock in the sky that's giving out sunlight as well. It is
I can
bright.
probably hear what's going on, but yeah,
Yeah.
she can't see. She's literally focusing so much on whoever's feet is in front of her, because that's probably all she can make a silhouette
Yeah.
out of.
I'd imagine Talia and Valdissin are probably gritting their teeth. The worst.
Probably more likely, like, he's occasionally like scratching his fingers into like the wood, just so that like he's almost like pulling back the nails on his like claws a little bit, so that he can feel a little bit of pain to like distract him from what's going on.
Val, you do draw a bit of attention because of the shield, and you can see like the odd person sort of like muttering and pointing.
Someone
But-
tries to take it.
Because you are following Ramask currently, no one seems to approach currently. But you get the feeling that this is, if not an irregularity, at least something worthy of note amongst the citizenship here. And as you
It's kind of leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for us, isn't it, really?
but Ramask is sort of like, as he's walking, is just occasionally calling back to you orders like, come on, keep moving, come on, hurry up. And you can
Yes,
see
must go.
he's putting on a proper swagger, and he's like a bit of bluster. At one point, about 30 minutes into your trip, he does immediately stop and go against the wall, and quickly he as well moves back, and you see ahead of you, everyone is parting. And you
I
see,
don't fall over whoever's in front of me. I fall into them like, oh.
Steady on, Vienna. Buy me dinner
Push it
first. There you go.
But as you pull to the side and Ramask goes, heads down, you watch as
Yep.
your head's focused downwards, not looking up. You see a number of shackled feet in robes shuffling past you, and you don't see what's going past you. After it's gone past, Ramas goes, okay, all right. And as you sort of manage to look up and get a glance, you see further down the street a palanquin, a toppler, just like literally a platform being carried on the shoulders of 4 large, fully robed slaves, and on the back of it is actually a quite petite woman, probably in her late 40s, little bit of wrinklage, not massive, but she's literally wearing just like chest bindings and very like almost like a chemise skirt, and she's just
Slave layer
lounging on
outfit.
it.
Slave layer outfit, but not
Not
slavey.
not quite, yeah. But she's just sort of like lounging on this thing, and her skin is glistening with some kind of ointment or oil or something, and she is beautifully bronzed. Her hair is sun bleached.
Moisturize me, moisturize me.
She is drinking from a glass, and you see that there is another fully robed slave on the palanquin with her, who is like keeping her wine glass topped up, feeding her grapes, that sort of thing. But she's being carried through the city on this. Ramas goes, okay, come on, we're nearly there. And he keeps you moving, and eventually, about 20 minutes later, you come up to Fatalia, the familiar view of the Wings of Freedom, this large bird cage-like structure. And he opens a side door and goes, all right, please place the barrels there. Okay. And you place all the barrels down inside, and he goes, good. Please tell your master you were useful. And as he's doing this, he sort of like, he comes up towards you, Val, and looks up at you, and he kicks you in the shin. And he goes,
Go to the floor. I will. Yeah.
Make a show of it.
Yeah. And he goes, just next time a bit faster. Got it? And he grabs the front of your robe and shakes you a bit. And as he does, a piece of paper falls out of his sleeve and lands inside yours.
Okay. Yes, thank you, sir. I'll be better next time. I promise. I'm sorry.
And he just sort of lets you go, glances around, and then goes into his building and closes the door.
Where the fuck are we supposed to go? He didn't say where we're supposed to go. What? Where are we supposed to go?
This was our plan. It wasn't a very
this is great. He's
thought-out
just fucking
plan,
left us
but
here.
He told you he'd get you into the city. He'd get you
He didn't
out
tell
of
us
the
where.
visitors. Yeah, because he didn't have a chance.
Well, that's fucking useful. So he's just been set up to. He's betrayed us, as far as I'm concerned.
not
He's
quite.
gotten you in.
Yeah, but
That-
like he's
that
not
was
told us
his
how
job.
to access the underground. He's not told us what direction to go. He's just dumped us in the middle, in public. We're
Have a look
fucked.
around. In fact, I'm
Well,
probably not
like I
best
said,
to look
Val,
around.
you have had a piece
Someone
of
will have a
paper
look
fall
around.
into your
Yeah.
sleeve.
Yeah.
I know that.
I'm going to stay on my knees for a second, because obviously I'm going to make it out that the damage was a lot worse than it was, and see
we
if
all
I can.
go to help him or something. Yeah.
Well, I'm not
I'm-
helping.
yeah.
I'm going to see if I can
Alright,
read the note,
Okay.
kind of
I wanna-
as discreetly as possible.
Okay, roll a sleight of hand check for me. With advantage because of the sleeves and your current positioning.
Okay.
Oh, fucking hope you roll higher.
14.
14. Okay. You managed.
First roll was-
You managed to successfully make it look like you're hunched over in pain as you get this note out and quickly open it up. And inside it says, 2 blocks south, stairs down. And then in that it then says, let me just double check who was their contact in the lower city. This is me forgetting my own
Notes.
lore.
Did you take notes?
Homebrew
I-
kids. Homebrew.
Always.
Not 9 names long.
That's 1 year of your life if
One
you
that I
can't
can
remember
spell
it.
in my notes.
Yeah.
Very
I
funny.
can.
Yeah. So in that, the other part of the note, what it says, head to the northeastern edge of the lower city.
Okay.
So 2
Didn't
blocks
say
south, downstairs, and then the northeastern edge of the city.
Do we want to go separately? Because 6 of us might draw attention.
Maybe 2
It's
groups of 3.
more. Val's going to draw a lot of attention.
If
we
I
need to
go
be
at the
able to
head of
cover
a
for him.
group, like I'm head slave or something, because I've got the shield, that
Is that a thing?
I don't know. I'm
doesn't
just
matter.
saying,
We're
like,
all- we're all maggots in this city.
yeah. If we split into 2 groups and then like I just take 2 behind me and then
Yeah, I was
Who's-
thinking 2 groups, and then
Who's
we're
the
not.
worst at stealth? Because I should probably be with the group that is the worst at stealth to try and, I don't know, cover for them.
It's not even so much
'Cause
about.
even without my chameleon armor, I still
sneaking
got
around.
+9.
It's not even about sneaking around. It's just being less, having less
Obvious.
attention drawn
Yeah.
to us, isn't it?
It's at
So-
this point
all
you
it
guys
is.
have been stood outside in a
Mhm.
huddle for a bit, and you can see people starting to
Okay.
mutter and
Right.
whisper.
Let's just go. Just go.
Let's go.
Just go.
I probably
the first 3
height-wise 2 normal-sized people and a shorter-sized person.
Yeah, you take a.
2 with Val, 2, and then 2, 1 with me, I guess. 2 with me.
I
Does that work?
guess I'll take Ert and I'll take Vienna, and then
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go,
Just
go,
so
go.
that both teams have got someone who's used to this kind of treatment.
Yeah.
I guess. Cool.
That you separate out and begin moving in separate directions, but both heading eventually to go towards this stairway that you have been instructed towards.
Yeah.
We're going to do the first group first, which was Val and who?
Ert and
and,
Vienna.
Vienna and I need you to make a group performance check, please.
Oh, here we go.
This
No, we're
is-
my
this is to
performance
act
greatness.
as if you are A, have a purpose, and B, like a slave.
Oh no.
I've got to click both of these rolls. Now,
Yep.
seeing that it's an 8,
No pressure. Fucking hell.
a 12,
I mean, it's double digits, right? That's good. That's good. Come on, don't let this
Think
down. Oh,
Yeah.
and a not
Uh,
natural
yeah.
20.
Okay.
Dirty's
Okay.
fine.
So as this group of 3 begins moving, Vienna, you're sort of stumbling and not able to,
I
like,
can't see shit.
you can't see, and you're having to be guided,
Yeah.
and it is drawing a lot of suspicion.
Someone looks
from
at you and sees that you're a drow.
various people.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna
But
be like, why are you a slave?
Ert manages to sort of cover for you by sort of coming up alongside you and like effectively almost like supporting you as if you've just received a beating. Ert's like properly like acting like that, and sort of people, so you can see sort of people just go, got what they deserved, and just turning away. But she's managed to play it off as sort of like you've just received a beating from the guards or something.
Right.
This is where all goes wrong for our group.
Okay. And then I need a group performance check from the other group, please.
Here we go, guys.
Are you ready for this?
No. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
So the other group, you split off and start heading down an alleyway, and you think you've chosen like a really clever route as you're going to avoid the main
Aw.
streets. And that's as you're doing that, as you are going along that way, you suddenly look towards the end and see a Templar stood blocking the end of the alleyway.
Ah, fuck. Shit, where are we going?
Templar starts striding down, and you can see like though there is this one lone Templar behind them outside of the alleyway, there is a full squad waiting. This lone Templar has sort of obviously said to their friends like, oh, hang on, I've spotted something weird, hang on.
Oh,
I told you it was the next. Right, it wasn't this one. It was the next one. We're gonna get such a beating if we're late.
I thought I was going.
Hey! Quiet!
Sorry.
Just put our heads down.
He stops in front of you, looks you all over. Who's your master? You,
Oh.
master. And he points at you, Talia.
You No, I don't know anyone here. I was helping out the Raven's Nook.
The Raven's Nook? They don't hire slaves.
I was meant to help someone. They said to meet them there. I knew.
And again, who is your master? Either tell me now, or else I'll take you somewhere, strip you, and find your brand.
I haven't met them yet. They told me to meet them there, and that they had the paperwork, that everything was sorted, and I was supposed to go here, and I got lost, and I'm really sorry. Please don't beat me.
Make a deception check.
I'm going to. Does it require any flourish or anything? But I'm going to try and give myself advantage with the Threads of Fate.
The problem is, so are
Would that be
so
sleight
you're
of hand
wearing
and
the
then
cowl? Are you wearing the cowl at the moment?
Yes.
Can I give
So
her
you-
my inspiration? I'm not
Underneath it,
there.
I was assuming I was wearing it under the thing because I didn't know.
If you're wearing it
oh,
under the
made
thing,
it
your
invisible
eyes are glowing.
But I'm not glowing. My
underneath-
eyes glow anyway. I'm a tiefling. I have glowing yellow eyes. Like, yeah, I know you
I'll
framed them
allow
as
it.
having pupils, but I don't have pupils. They're just
I'll
literally
allow it.
glowing pits of hell.
Yeah, I'll allow it. But it does require a flourish because you actually have to reach out and
I
pluck
need
the string.
to do a sleight of hand to try and do that.
Sleight of hand, yeah.
Alright, well, I'm dead. Bye. Sorry, it's been nice knowing you. That one.
Well, that was an 18 because of your reliable talent.
Okay, I know, but it's still in that one. So doesn't that mean I failed?
No,
Or is that only in combat?
That
naturals
one
don't
only
work
applies
in
to combat
that.
rolls.
Oh well, thank fuck for that then. 18.
I do not run that rule in my campaigns.
Okay, good. Because I thought
yeah.
I was gonna die.
So yes, you have
So-
managed to subtly pluck your own string of fate to give yourself advantage.
Hang on, DnD Beyond. What are you doing?
And then 2 more nat ones.
Okay, so now I'm doing a deception check.
Yes.
Oh,
22.
Okay,
22.
22. The knight just sort of sniffs and goes, well, make sure next time your master has at least told you their name. Otherwise, like I said, next time we'll take you aside, strip you, and find your brand. Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely. I'm so sorry.
And he's going to slam a hand into your gut. Are you going to
I'm
resist?
just gonna take it. I'm gonna take it.
Okay. So you take. That is going to be 9 points of bludgeoning damage as a plate mail fist just slams into your solar plexus. And as
I
you
might try
collapse.
and vomit for good measure if.
Do you want to try and vomit?
Yeah, why not?
Go
Oh,
ahead.
no, no. Oh, I've already fucking said it now. I'm probably gonna vomit on his shoe and then fuck over.
Go ahead. No, this is to try and make yourself vomit on command. So go ahead and make me. I would say in this case it'll be a survival check. It's how well you know your own body to cause your own gag reflex. Apparently, for some reason, Talia
Apparently,
knows
I
her
have some hidden
gag
talent
reflex
of knowing
really
how to-
well. So you managed to like flicking your tongue around your mouth. You trigger your gag reflex,
I'm not
and
joking.
you
I can
just-
legit do that. But yeah. Anyway.
and you the face veil of your thing just like becomes stained with vomit, and he just goes, "Ugh, disgusting creatures." Turns around and starts stalking back, and eventually you see his patrol leave from the end of the alleyway and begin moving further along.
I just kind of look at Xandor. Oh, new skill unlocked, I guess.
But you
Ooh,
now
wait,
have
wait.
a face veil full of sick, right in front
Yep.
of your face.
That is grim.
I'm just gonna like shake it off, try and wipe it as best I can, and just not breathe because I don't want to smell that shit.
Somebody got prestidigitation to try and clean it off.
Yeah, anyone
I
got
know what I was
I
hoping
do, but I'm not with them.
Yeah. Oh, we'll deal with that when we meet up. Right, let's try and bloody meet up with the others.
Okay.
Oh,
So
fuck you know.
eventually, you all, to the first group, you reach this set of stairs first, and it is literally just like a hole in the ground with a circular staircase leading downwards. And you can see like there are people coming up and down it, and a lot of them are. There is a number of slaves who go up and down. There are also just a number of regular people. A lot of the people who come up and into the city look very skittish and like sort of like you can see them like tucking things away and making themselves look presentable as they come up. A lot of them sort of wincing and hiding their eyes. And a lot of the ones going down have similar interactions. There are some who go down who are just like proper like cock on the walk, strolling like they don't care. But you find this set of stairs that leads down. After
You
about
love how you, as you said, cock on the walk, there was a cockerel that played on the music.
but after about 10 minutes, and the problem now is it's very hard to recognize your friends when they're completely covered head to toe in robes. But this group of 3 figures fully clothed in robes comes towards you, one of which has a stained face mask.
But I'm
And there
probably
is
going to
just this
peel off and just be like,
faint smell of vomit following them.
I'll just telepathically go to the other 2, not Talia, just going, oh, was it Talia that messed up?
Hey, I fucking saved it at the same time. We saved it at the same time. We all fucked it up. It's not just me.
But hearing a yes back, I'm just like, okay, they're my friends. They responded.
Yeah.
Oh, does anyone have prestidigitation? This is really disgusting.
With that, Vienna goes, "Come to me. I can't see you."
Okay, and I'll come over to Vienna.
And
Okay.
Vienna will cast
it?
prestidigitation.
Thank you.
You
Thank you
cast
so much.
prestidigitation out in the open.
No. We'll wait until we get in.
Yeah, to get to a
Yeah.
quiet.
seclusion
Yeah.
somewhere. But
So you
obviously
start
Vienna
heading
will try
down the
to come to
stairs.
me and I'll
Yeah.
And
know
as you do, when there's a quiet moment, yes, you do manage to cast prestidigitation.
Thank you.
But
Oh,
as
man.
you head down these stairs, the light from above begins to dwindle, and eventually you pass. Like, the stairs at first are just like fully enclosed, and then after about, I would say 10, maybe 5 minutes of climbing down, you eventually come out, and you can see now you are in a large cavern, and you are looking out over another city. There is a whole other city below you. The buildings down here, are a lot more run down. Like there's like the ones up above were made out of stone. These are made out of like wood and like straw. The streets themselves are much less better cared for. They're cobbled, and like you can see streaks of mud and probably excrement all over the place. There's a couple of larger buildings here and there. You see what looks like a squat black building to the far north. You see what looks like just a mound of earth, like this like huge mound of earth with like tunnel entrances in it, just a little ways to the south of that on the eastern side. You see there is a what looks like a Parthenon-like structure to the southeast, with like flowing silk. Like there's no breeze, but there's like these flowing silks between the Parthenon pillars. Other than that, the only other thing that you definitely notice is what you assume is probably the foundations of the Crystalline Cathedral. As in the very center of this lower city is just this pillar of crystal that comes down and is shining with light. And it is the only source of sunlight in the place. It doesn't produce sunlight. You are fine, Vienna. It is just effectively it just gives the whole place a dim light rather than sunlight. But it is, you can see immediately around the crystal is brighter and more like sunlight, but the further out away from it you go, the dimmer and dimmer it gets. But it is the only source of natural light down in this lower city. And as you descend, you do see that there is hang on, I need to stop certain parts.
I was gonna
of this.
say
I was
that
gonna say
sounds
random
like some
groaning
demonic
people.
chanting. Just the there's summoning a
better.
demon.
It was the right sort of ambiance, but it had one wrong bit on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, heading. You can see as you like are getting towards the bottom of the stairs, you do see a number of slaves who've reached the bottom of the stairs, pulling like their robes, hoods down, and that sort of thing.
I guess we'll do the same.
I'm gonna keep mine up.
Okay.
I'll put
Just-
mine down, but
yeah.
can I make my cowl invisible? Is that
You
like a
can't
thing
make
that
your
I can do?
cowl invisible, but you can sort of take it down and tuck it underneath the robes, so it's
Yeah.
less visible.
Less obvious, yeah. Just
Yeah.
because it'll look weird if I'm pulling my hood down to reveal another hood.
Yeah.
Xander's going to do much the same, but can I sort of like just shift the headband of intellect sort of like backwards with the hood?
Yeah.
To
Yeah, if you
hide
want
it.
to. Yeah.
One
So
thing
I
I've
don't get
remembered,
shanked by poor people.
I'm just going to point out from earlier as well, Val would have also taken off the gauntlet that Xandor made, because that is
Yes.
kind of
yeah,
obvious if I was wearing
just
that.
as bad as the shield, yeah.
Yeah. Would we know from the position of the Crystalline Cathedral which direction northeast would be in respect
so
of the
the
city?
Crystalline Cathedral is south of you.
Okay.
So you know you're on the northern side of the city, so you need to go east.
Okay.
And you can, like I say, you can see down here, there's a lot more non-humans, more exotic races down here. Most of them still in slave robes, obviously on errands for masters from above. But there are some who aren't. There are a couple of, you do see like the odd family of, like, there's like, you see a small family of goblins scuttle past going as quickly as they can. And you do see like a single lizard folk just quickly moving from place to place. They don't seem to want to stop for long. The other thing you do notice as you're still climbing down the stairs is there are still Radiant Templar patrols down here, just a lot less of them. But they do obviously still patrol down here, and you can see wherever Radiant Templar are, any of these exotic races who aren't slaves are not. They are visibly like avoiding any Radiant Templar that they see.
Should probably do the same.
Yeah.
Makes
Let's
sense.
see them
Make
avoid
haste,
them.
but
And just
yeah,
make
like I said,
sure we don't get caught hiding from them.
but Fiona will keep her hood up
Yeah.
to keep herself hidden.
Okay. You reach the bottom of the stairs and you are stood in this dingy, dim street with the buildings around you. Some of them are like boarded up, some of them are just like shuttered, and you can see that there is, unlike above where everything was fairly open and hospitable, down here it is very much, the streets, though busy, are, the people are heads down, keeping to their business, getting from A to B as quickly and as safely as possible.
I think we'll probably try and, well, this Val will try and mimic that and just be going in a direction as quickly as possible and trying to clock how the other slaves are acting, and how the other slaves are also responding to the Templars. So if it's a case of I spot a load that are about to come up to Templars and they decide to fully turn around and go, that's something that I can copy later on. Or if it's a case of I want to see if they take a specific type of bow, or if they have like a specific thing to apologise to the Templars for being in their way before they move on. That's something that I just want to keep an eye out from like a trait thing that we can kind of try and replicate.
Yeah, like blend in, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make me a perception check as you move
We're
through
blending.
this
We're blending like
lower
assassins.
city.
Blend. You know, like you just go like that.
19.
19. So the first thing you notice is a lot of the slaves, as they get down into this lower city, they're visibly more relaxed. Once they sort of like take the hoods off and stuff, they're visibly more relaxed with their environment. Mainly because the people down here, they're not like openly sneering at them. They're not openly like jostling them or attacking them like you saw on the surface. They are just ignoring them. They're not helping, but at the same time, they're not hindering. So it's very much a case of down here, it's everyone for themselves, and we don't have time to try and pull other people down. You do see a couple of times where like Radiant Templar go past. The slaves do the same thing as they do above. They pull to the side, they stop, they keep their heads down, and they just generally keep out of the Templars' way. The Templars don't seem to make any notice of the slaves, particularly. Not like they don't even stop to tell them to like put their robes back on or anything, because they are down here where they're not being touched by Pelor's light. So that is fine. That is okay. They are allowed to disrobe partially down here in the lower city. You don't see any instances where a slave gets in the way or gets on the wrong side of the Templar down here. In fact, you notice the Templar down here seem not more forgiving as such, but less strict. They're not like visibly looking for any reason to to put a slave down. Like you see at one point where a slave like stumbles, and like you'd seen above where a slave stumbled and a Templar went up and like started visibly tearing a strip off them, like verbally. In this case, the Templar just sort of looks and goes, and just keeps walking. You get the feeling that the Templar down here are maybe either the lower ranks or the less zealous of the Templar.
And with my perception check, would I be able to tell if anybody down here is paying more attention to my shield, like people up the top were?
You do notice more attention on your shield than up the top, but in this case it is not more, but this time it's coming from dark alleyways and shifty eyes, and they're not just eyeing your shield, they're like eyeing just all of you in general.
Okay.
And you see like there's like a like just very like you don't get a good look at any of the people, but they are like eyeing it, because bear in mind your shield is this large piece of bronze.
Yeah.
Or that's what it visibly looks like. That's money. That's potential.
I imagine
no
Tali
one
would be looking for anyone with sticky fingers, other rogues basically, looking for anyone who looks like in her line of work.
You don't see anyone who looks specifically like a career rogue, but there are a lot of people who look like they are thugs and
thinking about starting a line of work in rogue, but not quite yet.
Not quite. You see people who are like the sort of desperate or rough people who would quite happily beat you up to take your gold. They're not technically rogues, but they are
bandits.
Thieves.
Yeah.
They've read a pamphlet somewhere.
They read the rogue handbook, but they just didn't commit 100%.
But none of them make a visible movement towards any of you, mainly because you are in a group.
Yeah.
I will try and almost shift positions in the group so that I am on the left-hand side, so with the shield on the right, pointing towards the middle of the group, and move back a.
I'll probably be very conscious of it and trying to cover it with my own movements as I can.
And move back to the middle of our group rather than at the front of the group, just so that there's less eyes on it.
Okay. So, as you guys keep heading east, it takes you about an hour, but after a while you start coming up towards that large black structure that you had spotted as you were coming down from above. And it's like a small, squat structure that almost looks like a nest. Like the actual way it's made is out of this, it looks like wood, but you can see it's actually stone, but it's carved to look like this interwoven wood and twigs in this round structure, almost like a nest. And you can see that there is a dome on the top of it.
Is that where we're looking for?
Is there any kind of...
Seems more like Raven Queen.
I was going to say, is there...
Nest, but it could be.
Is there any kind of... since I've had obscured Tritherian symbols made for me and stitched into clothing, is there anything that looks like it's an obscured, maybe, or almost like a Pelor symbol that has been kind of shifted to be more like Tritherian so that they can kind of signify things?
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okie doke. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You don't see anything like that. What you do see is iconography and symbolism that you have seen on the Raven's Roost in Maham. Like the same sort of thing, like like small like carvings and statues of grims, ravens, that sort of thing.
I'm sure Talia's probably picked this up as well. If not, I'll
Yeah.
just point them out.
What have I picked up? Sorry, I spaced out for a second because I was
Iconography
confused as to how I got an 18.
Iconography of
Yeah.
the Raven Queen
Ah,
on this building, which you assume means that it is this Raven's Nook that Notchgrin told you about.
this might be a good stop. I could stop in, see if we can get any help there. Maybe they'll direct us to where we need to go. Maybe.
Either way, we need to get off the streets. Make it look like we're less. Make it look
All
like
right.
we're more slaves.
All right, let's go in. Let's see if I can. I'll bring my Raven's crown back up so it's more obvious.
Yep.
As we go in.
Okay. As you head round, you find a doorway. It is slightly ajar, and you can smell incense and see like candlelight from within. And as you enter in, there is no one. You enter into like this small antechamber, same as in the Raven's Roost, sort of just like this small waiting room. And there are a number of stone benches and like frescoes of like skulls and of the Raven Queen and of like this loom of like strings, but nothing overly ostentatious. But there's currently no one else in the room. There is a door on the other end, but it is currently closed.
Guess I'll look around.
We can sit and
See if there's anything
wait for our
interesting
turn.
for now, and hopefully someone comes out at some point.
I
As you
suppose
just-
we're all going in, but Vienna will kind of keep her eye on the door behind us as we go in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vienna, make a perception check for me.
So you'll get
Perception.
caught being tardy.
Normal roll?
Normal
If
roll,
it's
yeah.
dark enough, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're far enough away.
Okay.
16, okay. You do notice as you go in, after about 2 minutes, a face pops around the corner. And it's a small halfling. They sort of glance, see that they've been spotted, and then duck back.
I think we've been spotted.
Are they guards?
No, looks like a halfling.
I mean, that doesn't mean they're not a guard.
Were they wearing slave garb or just general ruffian
They
types,
just
or-
looked like they were wearing like rags. Effectively, they had like dirt on their face. It looked almost like maybe a teenager.
Right. Orally, that I would say it just looks like a little troublemaker, but nothing.
Good old Frodo.
Let's be let's be cautious and let's not assume that anyone is our friend here.
Without Vienna kind of still keeps her eye on the door. She's basically keeping watch on the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a look around, and then if nobody like comes out of that door, I'm gonna go to the door and knock.
Okay. Well, after about a minute, nothing has happened so far. Do you go to the door and knock after a minute, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. As you knock, a couple of beats pass, and then the door opens, and stood there is the familiar form of one of the Dark Sisters, fully clad in the black robes. Their pale elven features underneath the cowl as they look at you. Their various tattoos on their skin, and she looks and goes, "Ah, welcome, chosen one.
Matron be with you.
Matron be with you. We were not expecting you. Are you wishing an
Yes.
audience with the Dark Mother?
Yes.
Very well. You may follow. Your associates may wait here."
Yes, it's just me, guys. I'll be as quick as I can.
Well,
And
trust
I
you.
don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do, but okay. There we go up. Just making it
So
up
as
as I go along.
As you go through the door, back in Maham, when you go through this door, there is a staircase that leads up or down. Here, it is a corridor that just leads further along, and you see that there's an offshoot to one side as you go through the door with stairs that do lead down, and you assume into a crypt. but she leads you down this corridor, and after a while, it like splits into a crossroads, and she continues straight on. And
Don't
eventually,
you always end up? Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, don't you always end up covered in goop doing that?
One time.
This is
I'm just
different.
checking.
This is
Yeah, I'm not. This is an audience with the Dark Mother. This isn't
yes,
the
this is
Raven
the
Queen I'm
audience
going to
with the
clean
Black
with.
Mother.
I'm not
Um,
risking getting stuck in the freaking.
I was gonna say.
what do you call it?
Shadowfell.
Shadowfell.
Yeah.
Don't talk to her.
But you get guided along a couple of twists and turns, and eventually end up at a doorway with above it a cornice of like just the carving of the Raven Queen's mask. And this sister knocks and goes, "Black Mother, the chosen one is here to see you." And you hear nothing from the other side, but the sister opens the door and gestures for you to go in.
Thank you. And I go in.
As you go in, you see, similar to the Black Mother's office back in Maham, there is a desk. There is like a couple of bookcases, and sat behind the desk is this hunched figure. Very, very hunched. Like the hands on the desk are like clawed, and there is just this
Yeah,
mane of white hair, and the head just snaps up, and there is just these two milky white eyes looking towards you, but not at you. Chosen one. Chosen one visits me, does she? Oh,
Right, here we
this
go.
is interesting.
Yes.
How can Drizana help this chosen one today?
How do I spell that?
Drizarna. Drizana.
Rizana. Old Gary.
Not to be confused with Darcina from the brothel.
Yeah, I was just making sure that wasn't the same name.
We'll just put
I
that
like
on
out
the
of how
next letter.
of all the names you remember, it's that one.
Yeah.
The brothel owner, of course. How
It's,
can I help you today?
this city is interesting.
The city is as the city is.
You like being under the foot, do you?
I tend to the dead and the dying. That
No
does not
freedom
change.
of worship here.
No, but the people always need last rites. It gives us security.
Is that it? No worship of the Raven Queen? To give her the due she deserves?
Oh, people still worship down here. Above, not so much.
What if that was to change?
That would be
Difficult.
risky and
Yes.
difficult. Is at this point you hear, just from behind you, just a... And you sort of flick around and look up, and there is a raven perched on the top of the doorway looking down at you. Oh, don't mind
Look at it and
Quaff.
smile. Quaff. I'll summon Queenie and send her up to go and play with it.
Ah.
I have
As
one
Queenie flies up and sort of like looks at Quaff, and Quaff looks back, Quaff just pecks Queenie hard
You're going to take
and
that,
sends
Queenie?
her back. Queenie just flies back down and sort of cowers slightly and goes,
Coward.
that's what happens when you have a celestial familiar and a fiendish familiar meet. They don't exactly get along.
I've always been partial to the fiendish. You know, tiefling.
We can see. But still, that is not the topic we're speaking
No,
of right now.
sorry.
Yes, we managed to get by as we are without being bothered
So,
by
hold the
not
line
rocking
and
the
you can
boat.
continue, or stick your foot out and potentially trip.
Indeed. We would need strong assurances that
Of
the
course.
the benefits would value the risks and make it worth
The
it.
only issue is, I believe, there is more going on here than just simple corruption. There are powers in play. How did she say it? Chaos is coming. What do you know of the sluddy?
As you say that word, Talia, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Ah, crap. Oh, because I'm saying stuff I'm not supposed to fucking tell anyone because the cryptic bitch doesn't want me to. Saving throw, yeah?
Yep.
Sorry, but I need to get somewhere. 16. Yeah, it's not terrible. I'm gonna get bitch slapped again, aren't I?
Okay. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
You feel a faint tingle in the air as you say that word, and the Black
I might
Mother
flinch a little bit and be like, what?
Black Mother cocks her head and sort of glances around and goes, "Some things are best left unspoken."
Mm.
I don't know of what you speak, unfortunately.
Good for you.
But the Nook will always support the Chosen One the best we can.
That's something.
But
I
at
mean,
the
I
same
don't
time,
need you to do anything. Maybe a hiding spot.
that
Maybe supplies, if you
that
can.
we can do, but until there is some way for us to fully assist without risking this last bastion of worship for the Raven Queen.
I understand the need to not put all your eggs in one basket until you know it's the winning side.
Very true.
But also that nothing worth having doesn't have risk. That sounded better in my head. What? It's the thing. Anything that's worth having. What's that? The words. What's the words? Someone give me the words because I can't say it right.
I can't figure out what you're saying. So
I say anything that's
Anything worth having is worth working for.
that's the
something
one.
like that. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Well,
God. The DM.
for now, know that you and your companions are welcome here should you need it, as long as you are not hunted.
On the run. Yeah.
And tell your dragon friend further east and check the wall.
I was just going to ask if you knew about that. Seems I didn't need
Oh,
to say.
I don't know, but that's the words that the Raven Queen has fed me to tell you.
Then I shall trust that she understands what needs to be done. She weaves the threads, after all.
Indeed. And she snaps a finger and the door opens behind you. The same sister stood there. She will lead you back to your companions.
Thank you. Matron be with you.
And with you. And
Okay, I'm at the corridor. I'm going to be like, she is creepy.
And
Sister chuckles.
And Val's just sat there going, so if the bandits did try and steal this, how would they react? Because, like, when I put my hands there, it just goes straight through, so all they're going to be trying to do is steal my arm.
Yeah, and it's just like
Gonna walk in and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your arm?
But
The
sister
was weird.
the sister begins leading you back, but she chuckles when you say Drizina is weird, and she goes, well, you can let her off when she's 770 years old.
I just knew she was old as fuck.
Shadarkai live a long time. She
Shadarkai?
actually, yes, we are all Shadarkai.
I thought you were elves. What's a Shadarkai?
We are elves, but we are elves who originate from the Shadowfell.
Oh.
We live from the Raven's domain. We are her main servants. We come and spread her word here amongst the mortals. In fact, Drizina there spent 200 years actually in the Queen's citadel.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
She did not ever meet the Queen except I believe, once. All Black Mothers have spent time at the actual Citadel. It is how they gain their station.
Interesting that she's not met the mother.
Oh, she has once.
Hmm.
Like I said, but it is
Just once?
yes. When a Black Mother is invested with the motherhood, they meet the Raven Queen, and she invests them as a Black Mother.
To consider myself blessed that I have met the Maven twice then.
That is why you are the chosen one.
Yeah, because I didn't go crazy when she messed with my threads.
Indeed. And
Out
at
of
this point, she
necessity.
opens the door back into the antechamber and goes, "Matron be with you, chosen one."
You as well.
And she closes the door behind you as you step to your friends talking about the shield.
I mean, you've got it lucky. Like,
Yeah.
you can, like, if you hide your item somewhere, you can just bamf it back to you, whereas mine, it just doesn't go away. Saying this to Vienna.
Sorry, it's just like tilting her head like, what are you talking about?
I mean, it wouldn't really surprise me if they did actually try and just take your entire arm just to get the item.
Oh, the shield.
Yeah.
Right, I get you.
I'm with Xandal on that one, actually. I think they'd take
Yeah,
it.
they probably would. Just cut off your arm. People down here are fucking weird. Otto,
Hello,
that
Talia.
mother, she's creepy. And really old. Like, wait, I don't know how old you are, Vienna. 700 for an elf. That's pretty old, right?
Vienna kind of looks and goes, yeah, that's pretty old.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the oldest an elf normally lives till is about 900.
That's getting on a bit.
Yeah, she
We're
looked
getting
at I don't think she saw me in the conventional sense. Her eyes looked blind, but she stared at me. All the same.
What's the point?
Anyway.
Anything interesting?
Well, they're chickens. They're not going to help unless they know that we can win. But if it looks like it's in our favor and they're around, they will probably jump in, if you know what I mean. We can hide here, but only if we're not on the run, which I think is pretty much going to be the same ever. Oh, and a message for you, Valdecian.
You forgot my name. It's great. We're going to be travelling together for like months.
I just stared at you because I was staring at my ADHD brain was just like, what is he doing? No, you're supposed to be talking to him right now. My brain was just like, nope, fuck you.
A message for me?
Yes, and guess what? I've forgotten the message, so I'm going to hope the DMs remembered it.
Is it go further east and touch the wall?
Yeah, how did you know?
Check the wall. Check the wall.
Oh.
Yeah.
Check the wall. Yeah, that. Yeah, the Raven Queen, she likes to be vague. And that was a second-hand message because it wasn't the Raven Queen who told me. She told the creepy lady, and the creepy lady told me. Let's go.
East. Let's look at walls.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds
As
like
you
a plan.
guys leave the Nook and begin heading east, I need everyone
eye
to
out.
make me perception checks, please.
Let's like keep an eye out for that little shit as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
19.
Sean. Normal roll.
5.
I got 15.
Okay. So you all continue walking. You see people sort of paying attention to you again, but no one seems to be making more than a passing interest or the interest that you've had before, like checking out the shield
All
and
of
that
them
sort of thing.
put the cow back in my head before.
But no one seems to be actively following you anymore. After about 20-30 minutes walk, you eventually come to the cavern wall, and you can see it curves, and it's like very roughly hewn natural stone. And you remember them saying like when they went to rebuild the new city, they effectively buried the old one. They sunk it into the ground to make space for the new city above. But you can see that this wall stretches solidly as far as you can see in both directions, sort of just curving away in both directions.
So check the wall and try not to be suspicious. This is going to be easy.
Like
By this
a-
point, by the way,
Seems
as you reach the wall, you have left the buildings behind a bit. You had like a good sort of 5-minute walk from the last building to get to the wall. So there are currently no people around, but there is also no cover for you.
mm,
Yes.
Shall we all
Space
look
out and
something? Yeah.
yeah.
try and check different parts of the wall.
Okay. If everyone who wants to could make me an investigation check, please.
Ooh, 23.
At least I'm consistent.
Okay. So, Talia, you're the first to spot it. The rest of you are just sort of like running your hands along the stone and not really finding anything of anything. It's just like you're just like it's just stone. It's just what am I even looking for? Val, at one point you like find what you think is like a hollow in the rock and you stick your hand in and there is just slime inside and you just pull your hand out and go, ah. Talia, you're the first to spot it. And
Yes.
what you spot is a Triferian symbol carved into the rock.
Right. It's over here. Guys, the thing.
Okay. We
I
go
was
and
gonna
have a
like
look
Yes,
at
touch
go
it.
over.
Or, oh, you need to do it.
Where did you acquire that cat?
it.
I don't know. It just took a shining to me. I don't know. Maybe animals like me, I guess.
Animal handling check.
I fail that every day.
I guess I'll have a look at it, see if there's anything weird about it that's not quite Tritherian, or if it's one of the weird.
Looks like a properly carved symbol of Triferian.
Okay.
As you place your hand on it, it glows ever so faintly for just like a millisecond and then fades.
Can I try and pump 5 points of lay on hands into it?
Okay.
See if that does anything.
As you do that, it glows brighter for a moment, remains bright for about a second, and then fades again.
Okay.
Try
Is it
using your
password?
password thingy.
Yeah, say your
And it's at that point, Val, you feel a crossbow bolt stick into your neck.
Ah, fuck.
Like not like it's not been fired into it, but like there's a crossbow held against your neck. But the thing is, you're stood right by the wall, and this crossbow is coming out of the wall.
Ah, check the wall. I get it.
What's the
And you
key?
hear a voice. Freedom. What's the cage?
Tyranny? Don't shoot.
You
What he
watch as a figure steps out through the wall and looks at you all and goes, "All right.
Aye.
I think I remember Ramask saying something about this." Quickly, and they lean down to the symbol, and you hear them whisper, "Freedom flies." And you watch as the whole wall shimmers, and they go, "Quick, in now!"
Don't tell me twice. Even the
And
cat
you
wants
all-
to come.
You all
Wait, the cat
quickly,
followed us?
you all quickly pass through what turns out to be an illusory wall, and you standing on the other side, you see there is two raggedly dressed men with crossbows, both one an orc, one a human, and they both sort of look at you and go, "All right, I suppose we better take you to the boss."
I guess.
Grush, you okay to keep watch? Yeah, you take him. He goes. The human goes, "Right, follow me." And he picks up a torch and starts walking off down this. You can see it's been mined, and it's very roughly done, and like there's like supports haphazardly done, and he just starts walking down this tunnel away from you.
Okay.
I'm
follow,
gonna follow.
follow. Yep.
And you sort of end up walking for a good 10-15 minutes, and the tunnel winds and shifts, and you can see that it's been done in such a way that no one can just like make a straight shot down here. And you pass what look like supply chests and crates, small barricades that have been set up just in case a fighting retreat needs to be made. And eventually you see ahead of you the flickering of fire and lantern light as you come out into a cavern. This large, like mined out space. And you can see within this space, you hear the beginnings of like cries and the sound of like fists and weapons hitting wood and leather. And you see ahead of you a camp, probably, I would say, maybe 14-15 tents set up in this place, a couple of fire pits. You see that there is what looks like a well dug off to one side, and there are training dummies scattered around, and people in haphazardly put together bits of armor, like you can see someone who's like wearing a leather chest, but then like iron pauldrons that are rusted, and they've wielding what looks like a mace that's been made from a frying pan. You see another person who's wielding what looks like a sword that's been like taken off of a guard. It looks like one of the Radiant Templar's swords. And there's probably about 16 people in here training and just like moving and trying to make good with what they've got in this space. And this human man goes, "Come on, keep following." And you see in here there is various different races. There are a couple of there's like 2 humans, a halfling, 1 elf, but then there is also a couple of dragonborn, a few goblins, just like the non-humans look like they've got wounds and that sort of thing, like healed and scars. You look like they maybe are slaves who've been freed and then joined the cause. This human guides you across the cavern to a larger tent and sort of like turns to you and goes, "One moment." And he ducks inside it, and you hear some muttering from inside. And he then comes back out, followed by a woman dressed in a plate chest piece. She's got a mace by her side and a shield. She has a symbol of Triferian around her neck. She has sort of short cut bob blonde hair and striking blue eyes, and she has pale pink, like sort of pale skin. And she looks at you all and goes, "Huh, so you're the lot Ramask said would be coming."
I mean, if we're not, then there's another random group wandering around out there, I guess.
Well, at least you know the passphrase. Welcome. I'm Giffer Lordane, cleric of Triferian, and currently the leader of this beginnings of a resistance.
Finally, some people with backbones.
Yes, well,
Nice to
not
meet you.
easy. Nice to meet you too. And your names?
I'm Valdizian Thunderbone. I am a paladin of Tritherian.
Well met, brother.
And
Talia
I kind of
chosen of the Raven Queen.
slap the back of her because it's a cleric of Tritherian meeting another cleric.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
also a cleric of Triferian. Oh, well, welcome, sister. Aren't you cute? And the rest of you?
Talia
Zandal.
Darkthorn. Zandal. I'm chosen of the Raven Queen. He makes cool shit.
All right.
Makes cool shit.
No, it just came out, Zandal. I'm sorry.
Vienna kind of stays hidden back. She'll just say, "I'm Vienna."
Blossom.
All right. Nice to meet you all, I suppose. So, welcome to our little resistance. Are you here for any particular purpose?
Let's just say it's a bigger mission that we might need to solve the smaller mission first.
Yeah, corruption's the least of your problems.
What
I mean-
exactly do you mean?
I said
Is
this to so many
this
people.
sensitive information, or is this something we can talk about?
We should probably go into the
Publicly.
tent.
We should probably talk privately, yes.
Come on, in here. And she opens up the tent flap and ushers you all inside, and you can see within, again, it's a cobbled together setup. Like, this is obviously meant to be like a war room, but the table is rickety. There are various like random knickknacks being used for pieces on the table. The map is hand drawn. There's a couple of chairs, but again, they're all mismatched and odd. They're obviously scrounging what they can where they can. And she sort of moves around and stands on the other side of the table from you all and goes, "Okay, this is about as private as we're going to get. So,
Val will lead with the Hound gave us a warning. Reached out through a
Hound.
dream.
Yeah, I got bitch slapped for the. It's him.
them
I
words.
shouldn't have said the chaos is coming because it wasn't the Raven Queen that said that. It was.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, it was the Hound, wasn't it?
Warned us that chaos was coming, and we've done some research and we've done a lot of travelling to try and discover what that chaos might be. Some of that knowledge has come from followers of other religions and from other deities. Do you want to expand a bit more, Talia?
What do you know of Sladi?
Please make me a wisdom saving throw, Talia."
Oh, you guys!
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. I just.
I was going to say, I did wonder if you were going to go round it.
I don't know how any other way to say it. I'll just take the hit. She wouldn't have chosen me. She didn't know I was going to flap my mouth a little.
Again, there
17.
is a slight tremor in the air,
Mm.
but nothing else seems to happen.
Stop making me say that again, because my deity really does not like me talking about it. Which is the only
Oh.
reason why I know it's true.
Okay. I don't know anything about what you just said.
Great. They're really bad. They're not from here. What did
So basically,
Grazag say?
I was going to say maybe we should start by why we're here.
Yeah.
Because we were following Worthington.
As you
Yeah,
say that
piece of
name,
shit.
she spits.
Yeah.
My
Well,
sentiment
that is-
exactly.
That guy's a prick.
He has currently allied himself very closely with people who are not as they appear.
Not of this world.
And
Well, this plane, anyway.
so we were hoping to get ahead of him to find some evidence of this. So we need to be able to get some evidence of some sort, even if that means going into his territory, finding any evidence at all of these allies that he has.
Yeah, we can't really do anything with his diplomatic immunity until we got dirt on him, basically.
However, since coming here, we've found that I think we need to deal with your problem first.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think whatever the big problem is, they're using the little problem to make sure that people don't
Advance
know
the
there's a bigger problem.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. They're using the corruption in the church. Because there's no way in fuck Pelo really wants people to be slaves. This is bullshit. They're using that as their cover, I think. But again, we don't have any knowledge. We need information.
Unfortunately, I don't have much more information to give. We're doing what we can, but as you can see out there, this is
Infant style resistance. Very early on. Believe
I've
me, I
only-
know. I was a member of the Talon. I know. It starts shit. It gets better, but it starts really shit.
I've only been here a year, and this is all I've managed to muster.
I mean, you've not done too bad a job for a year. Believe me,
Exactly,
it was worse back home.
but obviously, I have people who keep their ears out, and we try and gather what information we can. The Worthington he's close
Big
to the
piece of shit.
Archdeacon. I can tell you
Mhm.
that much.
Figures.
They are. I don't know what to call them. They're not exactly friends, but they move in the same circles anyway. But we've noticed that Worthington, when he does go to worship, does a lot of private worship with the Archdeacon, and the Archdeacon has had a number of invites to private functions at Worthington's estate. Nothing that is overly suspicious, but more than he has with any other noble. So
Religious thoughts that cahoot with nobles in private meetings screams corruption. Just say.
yes,
Anything you can tell us about the
Not
Archdeacon?
suspicious. Mega suspicious. Yeah, any dirt on him would be great.
on the Archdeacon. I mean, there's bits and pieces. He mainly stays to his own abode in the priest's district. He's been around a long time, from what I can tell. He's been part of the city for most of his life. He's in his late 80s. He's been a priest of Pelor since he was probably in his early teens. Don't really know a massive amount about his personal history. He's not keen on what they term exotics. Very specifically not keen. He himself does not own any slaves, but
Of course, that makes him a saint, doesn't it? I don't own any slaves. I just think everyone's beneath me who isn't human.
it was the Archdeacon who managed to rally enough people to get the majority for the ruling theocracy.
Whatever happened to separation of, leaders of
Church
cities and
state.
religions? Yeah, that one. I just didn't want to say it as so political.
That's never happened in Reethorp. Reethorp is a theocracy. So in Reethorp, originally it was no one religion had a majority. It was a ruling council formed of the head priest of each of the temples. However, somehow the Archdeacon managed to gain a majority for Pelor. With that majority, he was able to start pushing more
Bullshit.
not bullshit as such, but at the beginning it was just more hardline laws. At the beginning, it was. You have to bear in mind this has been something that's been happening for many, many years. This is where it has ended up. But at the beginning, it just seemed like the Pelor worshippers were just making things a bit easier for themselves in the city. They weren't really stepping on other religions. There wasn't any slavery. There wasn't discrimination. It wasn't until they'd solidified their position that they began.
And now everyone's underfoot.
Exactly.
And is somehow okay with it, other than you guys, obviously.
All I can say is that at the beginning they were careful. Then they suddenly started bringing out these resources, feeding them into the economy, making it boom. And suddenly they had the support of the nobles. They had the support of the merchants. A lot of commoners flocked to them because they were suddenly just giving away goods. They were giving away food.
But where did they get them from? Nobody's going to question. Have they been seen leaving and coming back? Like, what the fuck?
There are trade missions that go out and trade missions that come back. They all go and come from the same warehouse that is owned by the Pelor Church.
Well, that might be a good place to have a look around.
But because of that, they gained more and more followers. And as they gained more and more followers, they managed to form radicalist groups amongst them. Far right members of the Pelorite, I suppose you could say, who were more
Assholes.
proactive in their teachings. The Archdeacon never supported them openly, but he never condemned them either.
So the
They were
deacon's
the
a
ones.
fucking coward then.
Not so much, I don't think. There's always been rumours that he was behind the groups. These groups were the ones who began harassing non-humans, harassing other religions, and people became more and more alienated from non-humans and the other religions, and the Pelorism became more and more there.
Shit.
And eventually, it became to the point that no other religion had a say in the ruling of the city, and at that point, they had enough worshippers that they could do what they wanted, and that is when the cull happened.
The what?
Cull.
Just when I think this place could not get any worse, you're going to tell me. Right, okay.
That was when every non-human currently living in the city was rounded up and was enslaved, in essence. Some
If
managed to escape, and some still do manage to eke out livings down here in the lower city, but they can never dare show their face in the sunlight.
Val is stood there, and considering he's a bronze dragonborn, he has got a fist that is held so tightly that all of the colour has removed itself from the scales, and he's got white knuckles across there, and he's actually drawn a little bit of blood because it's like nails / claws or whatever are digging into his hand.
Yeah.
He's keeping himself quiet, but he's just like...
Talia,
Yeah.
that story about the cull, the timing, that's when Gunter had to run from Reethorp. That is the exact timing.
I figured that's what it was.
Sounds like there needs to be an uprising. I bet
For
they're
fucking
actually
sure
very
there needs
few.
to be an
Yeah.
uprising.
There does, but the problem is, for those who aren't happy with the status quo, unfortunately, we live here in the lower city. The only access points to the upper city are the stairs. You try and go up the stairs in a force, and there has been an attempt at an uprising before. The Templars poured boiling oil down the stairs.
We,
make it a
down
bit more
here,
practical.
there is the foundation of the fucking cathedral. Why don't we just destroy the foundation and fucking kill everyone in that bloody stupid church?
You think people haven't tried?
That it must be something we can
is
do.
Magical. It resists
Not the
damage.
crystal. I mean the foundation.
It's crystal foundation.
The crystal's not holding the whole city up.
It's
Is it just a crystal?
foundation.
The crystal was grown. The cathedral was grown. It wasn't built. It was grown. And then carved into shape.
Then how do we poison it or something? I don't know.
I
There must be
don't
something
know.
we
If
can
I
do.
had a way to do that, I would have done it already.
What are your current objectives, short term, medium term, that we could potentially help with?
Short term, gain more information, gain more members, and train them. Obviously, rescue slaves wherever we can and offer them the chance to join our ranks. Medium term would be to gain more safe houses, gain a source of supplies, and begin whittling away at the support for the Archdeacon's regime. But we need to find ways to do that. We have supporters in the other temples, but they can't make big moves for us because if they do, they will have
And they suffer the same
Templar
fate,
at
yes.
their door. One of the few that we currently rely on, we currently can rely on the Temple of Armatae, the mound. You will have seen it as you went past.
Ah, yes, we saw a big mound.
Yes, the fungus dome. That is where the current worshippers of Armatae are, and since they can no longer do regular crop growing, they grow fungus instead. But that fungus has been able to sustain the people of the lower city as a food source, and they give some to us on the quiet, leave it for us, and we bring it in. So we have a slight bit of support there. The Raven's Nook provides us with shelter if we need it on occasion, or a staging ground on occasion, or sometimes there are a few tunnels that link the crypt to the sewers. We can sometimes use them to get around.
Is there any
Moradin's
particular area that you need taking out that will help you tremendously? Let's say a smaller problem.
I mean, the ideal thing would be to get rid of the Naveen netters, if I'm honest.
With that, Vienna then takes off her hood and said, I might be able to help with that.
She immediately brings up her shield and her mace is out.
I'll just stand in
I
front of
should
her and
put
put
the
my hand
hands
up.
and say,
She's
no.
with us. Chill out. They're not all bad. You should know Donata or the non-human
I wouldn't be
race.
wearing slave
They're
clothes.
Yeah.
She would also be dead
You
if
imagine
she
the
was a
shit we'd have been in
slaver.
if they saw her outside of here?
Also,
as a
I can
drow,
guarantee
as a
you
female? Huh.
she would be dead if she was a slaver.
Oh, yeah.
The
Oh, yeah,
amount
we'd
of
get her,
opportunities
like,
I would have
straight
had to kill her.
Yeah, I come from Durana. I don't fucking like
Make-
slavers.
Val, make a persuasion check with advantage.
Yeah.
Persuasion.
Oh, Fiona, every time she reveals who she is, they're just like,
I know,
"Fucking
it's
no,
about I'm
it's
going
like,
to have
please
to
don't."
at some point.
19.
Oh, 19.
19.
Nice.
She sort of puts the mace away, but you can see her hand lingers near it, and she's like,
Fine.
all right,
Don't worry, we're used to it.
all right, okay.
I'm.
Talia, it's at this point you notice at the side of the tent a bit of the fabric move.
Do
I'll
I need
just go in there. I'll reach my hand in and grab whoever's in there.
As you grab and pull, you pull through a small goblin male, and they're like, ah.
Explain
Hi.
yourself very quickly or die. What are you doing and why are you sneaking about?
I was just curious. You're a bunch of
Did you know
strange people.
curiosity killed the cat?
Or the goblin in this
Sorry.
case.
Or the
And-
goblin?
You watch as Giffer looks at this goblin and goes, Brint, I told you you can't go eavesdropping all the time like this. Come on, go back to training.
I'll let go.
Brint goes, of course, my apologies. And he scuttles out, and you can see him go back to the training dummies.
We're doomed.
With that, Vienna turns back and says, anyway, as I was saying, I might be able to infiltrate it.
I mean, you've probably got a better chance than any of us do, let's put it that way. But even then, the netters are not exactly small. We're talking
I was going to say, how much are we talking? How many are there?
6 actual fighters. I believe you would probably count them amongst sort of the elites of Drow society. 20 regular Drow and a priestess.
How many males?
Most of them are male. I would say probably.
That's in our favor, at least, right, Vienna?
Yes.
All the elites except one are male, and I would say probably
The
30
leaders are female.
males.
The leader, I think I know who he is. That also works in our advantage.
Well, possibly, but I mean, what exactly would your plan be in this situation?
I was hoping your information could help me.
But it seems nobody knows anything around here.
Well, what
Mhm.
information do you need? I've not expanded on the netters because I didn't think that was relevant. What do you need to know?
Well, I'll hide no secret from you. You've already had the shock of seeing me. I am also a Highlim.
Okay,
See why it's a good idea?
so you are related to him.
I stand above him in rank.
So you could take over the operation.
Yes.
And if we control the slaves, we could get you quite a lot of fighters. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to side with us than carry on being slaves sold to the highest bidder.
More than
Well,
likely. Or some
we
of
hope.
them would. Some of
Some
them
will
would
want to
at least
run.
just get out of the city.
Mm.
Okay. What would you need from us to do this?
So my plan at the moment is, we've been thinking about this, and I'm worried about the lack of communication between me and my friends here. So I would like at least one of them or a few of them to act as my own slaves, but obviously I'm not originally from this city.
Mm.
So it's going to take some effort to actually go and confront my cousin. And I'm going to try and persuade him to leave. He'll have a better offer at home at the Naveen. He hasn't been for 10 years, last I checked. He does not know the situation.
Right. Your first problem is this. The Drow do not use the regular entrances and exits of the
All right.
city. They have somehow their own entrance and exit.
Don't we know that with the other guy? Did he tell us that? I can't remember.
He did, but he never told you where it was.
Where? He just said that it existed. Okay, cool.
The issue would be if you were coming from a position of power to see him, you would have had to have sent some kind of message, and you would be expected to arrive through that route, not through the lower city.
And I take it
I
you
can
don't
always
know.
leave again. I can start right from the outside, present my papers, demand for him.
Okay, okay.
Draw him out. Hmm.
He can escort me.
That would work. The other issue you have is this. Sargast is... he effectively rules the lower city.
Yeah, he's not going to want to give that up, is he?
Not likely, no.
You need... I don't know much about Drow society. I know tidbits, but I know that if you're trying to get someone to leave a position of power for a potentially better position, you're going to need some proof.
Mm.
And even if he leaves, that does not mean the rest of the netters are going to leave.
No.
I don't think she meant for the rest of the netters to leave. I just meant he leaves so that she can
Yes,
become the leader.
Sargast goes, Yenna becomes the leader. We still have to deal with the other netters. That is what I'm talking about here. You get rid of Sargast, great, he's gone. But we still have to find some way to deal with the rest of the netters.
You have to come in a strong hand.
Going to
Yeah.
close down the slave market on your word.
Mhm.
Not without A, a good reason, and B,
Mm.
proof of that good reason.
So we need to come in with a pretty strong argument and evidence and whatnot.
Exactly.
For that.
Mm.
Perhaps you could have something along the lines to say that Reethorp has offended the Highland clan
That could work.
in some way. Maybe...
What about
Accuse
financially?
him of skimming off the top, yeah. Accuse him of trying to hoard the wealth and not giving it back to Naveen. And you're here to, I don't know,
That we haven't
him in
heard
his
from him
place.
for 10 years.
Yeah.
And I've discovered his presence. That could work.
Mm-hmm.
that, again, would work against Sargast.
But what about the rest of the netters?
How
The rest of them.
patient? How are you feeling? This could take a long time, but I could write to my mother.
Could
I'm
you
as
also...
patient as I need to be. I've been here a year already and I've got what I can, but every day the Pelor unit grows stronger. That is another short-term goal, actually. If you could stop that flow of resources that they're putting into the economy,
Yeah.
that would at
That's
least
what I was
begin
thinking. The
chipping
supply house
away.
you say that it comes from. If we could figure out where it's coming from, then we can cut off the supply lines. I mean, that's just Resistance 101. Cut off supplies, make sure they can't heal.
Well, it
Cut them off.
it won't damage them too much, but it will mean
No,
that
but
they
it'll
can't.
help.
I mean, yeah, I'm assuming you haven't been to the Sun's Warmth yet. The foundations down here.
No.
Every day they have acolytes out there handing out food, handing out goods to people, but the people have to come and take part in prayers to Pelor. It is cult-like at its worst. They are buying people's belief. But if those
Scary how easy that is.
resources were no longer available,
We'd have to
people
discover
may
where
look
those resources are coming from, though.
exactly. But that's why we need
the
to look
people
into
who are
that
being
warehouse.
fed, they're not going to care where it's coming from. It keeps them full.
I,
So we need to stop off the supply, but make it look like they're deliberately cutting them off to get the people angry, because angry people resist. Happy people become complacent. That's how you end up with a shitty city like this.
Well,
but you
even
still
if
want
you could
people to
just-
starve, so we need to potentially put something in place that would replace that.
Back up.
There's also
the fungus-
sacrifices in war.
The
Val.
fungus dome has more food that they can give out, but it's easier for people to go to the Sun's Warmth to get it. Especially considering if they spend enough time there, they're eventually allowed to move to the surface.
So if we cut them off with the supplies, they get angry. Then the
Or-
other people can give more food. That gives that church more
More worshippers.
followers. The more followers they have, the more likely they can help us.
Exactly.
Yes.
Do you have...
The muffin.
No, not the Muffin Man.
Sorry, intrusive thoughts.
Part of our issue in terms of moving around is things like papers, and we got through here, but not having a slaver associated with us. If we get questioned, we don't have an answer to give any of the guards.
We did got fucking murdered. They threatened to strip me and shit because I didn't know who
You
my
got stopped?
slave owner was. Yes. Why do you think I had vomit on my chest? My veil. I got punched in the stomach.
I thought it was
had to be all
sunstroke or something.
Don't hurt me, and all this bullshit. Because they kept asking me who my fucking slaver was, and they were going to strip me naked and try and find my brand. So
Do you have a contact that is a slaver?
Halfling.
Halfling.
Yes.
Sandal,
Mm-hmm.
you never said a last name. What is your last name?
Uh,
technically,
Gold Hill, but technically
Gold
I'm
Hill.
no longer
As
an
in the river on Gold Hills.
Yes,
disowned. Sadly,
they sound.
But the city doesn't know that.
this is true.
Hmm.
Does your
Oh,
family have a sigil?
Would I have?
Could you make one that's convincing?
Yeah, I'm sure we'd have a family sigil.
Yeah, but
Sandal
you
and
know,
root around his.
yeah,
belongings,
it's a symbol of a hill with a gold coin in it.
You
Yeah.
probably have your excommunication letter somewhere.
Yeah, with the
Yeah,
seal, a
probably.
white seal, or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Along
fuck,
with
we
the
can have it
letter of the people who
branded.
were kicking you out the tower, or the
Not
Yeah.
telephone
necessarily,
number.
not necessarily branded. An outsider coming here wouldn't have necessarily branded their slaves, but they would make them wear the symbol of their owner.
Would, if we said that the owner was a Gold Hill, would they contact Gold Hill? Because if they contact them, we're going to have a very limited time before they find out that
They will
Sandal
not.
is not a Gold Hill anymore.
They will not necessarily contact Gold Hill. They will contact your master, because you wouldn't be in the city without your master.
Right.
Or being the
So if
master.
Zandal acts as your master, then he technically has to take responsibility for your actions, but
Mm,
you will be able to move around and claim if Zandal has a place to stay and somewhere that you can send the guards to if they want to ask questions, then you have a little bit more autonomy. You have a chain of command and a potential actual master, no one else will be able to lay claim to you. Because I will warn you now, if you've been walking around as slaves, and you all had your hoods down as you walked through, didn't you?
Yep. Because we saw everyone else doing it, and we thought that that was blending in. Apparently, that was a mistake.
Yep,
Yes.
that is, but the people of the lower city know most slaves by sight.
But
If random new slaves turned up, you may be dealing with the netters a bit sooner than you thought. Because if they can kidnap a bunch of new slaves and
then
sell
it's
them on,
going to want to. Then we need to let them know that the slaves have already been bought and that they're us, and that, yeah.
otherwise they will take you and try to sell you, because they will find no brands or marking ownership on you. You were not openly showing any other forms of marking ownership, so that showed that you were not the slave outfit.
Wait, I just thought of something. If they see the tattoos on my back, we're in trouble. The Talon symbol is on my back. Resistance. If they know anything about Durina, they're not going to trust
Randall,
anything I
how
do.
quickly can you wrangle up some of your symbols?
It shouldn't take long at all.
Good.
All right.
Get
The
everyone
issue
marked,
is
please.
getting hold of the paperwork to have me parade around as your boss.
Technically, you're already in the city. We can produce ownership papers. As if you had gone, as you entered, you had registered them. Normally, you wouldn't be allowed to wander around freely, but we can also forge immigration papers. They won't stand up to
Intense scrutiny.
intense scrutiny, but to regular Radiant Templars, it should be okay. It'll take us a couple of hours.
Would that
Do you
also,
need any help with that?
if there
I
was
mean,
a
you
secondary,
can.
if there was a secondary sale, would the paperwork change and then be legitimatized, like made legitimate?
If you are sold, then yes.
And
you
is
have
there
new
a
paperwork made.
specific person that deals with slaves that get sold into Worthington's estate?
Worthington normally either purchases his own, sends Overseer Tre Nostra,
Tre
but they're
Nostra.
both out of the city at the moment. Yeah, you met Tre Nostra. That was
Yeah,
the gnome
that,
at the ball.
Ah,
The
okay.
one who said he was glad that you managed to escape and were well.
yeah, he's
The
a
one
good
you
guy.
remembered had smuggled you out. The
I-
only other person I've seen recently going there is Handor, Worthington's bodyguard.
I'm just wondering, once we help and we get rid of the netters and stuff, whether getting into Worthington's estate, the easiest way is transfer of ownership.
Potentially.
Or
I mean,
sneaking
at the
in.
moment, Worthington's estate is mostly unoccupied.
Right.
I know Handor has remained, as has Worthington's daughter, and obviously his current batch of slaves, although, as he says in front of his daughter, they're servants, not slaves, but that's because
Now
Blaze
wouldn't that
dies.
be fun? He has a daughter.
Ugh.
Who the fuck would want to have
Yes,
children with that?
Alvina Worthington.
Oh,
She's
please
currently
tell me she
15.
didn't inherit her looks from him.
I've not seen her myself, so I can't say.
Ugh.
Hmm.
It was just a consideration.
Mm.
Obviously, first case scenario is we try and do this plan with the netters and also get paperwork from Xandal.
I think the paperwork's important for you guys because, like you said, the netters are going to be chasing
gonna
you
be
very quickly.
after us soon. We need to hurry on that.
It's at this point a person knocks on the tent, and that human from earlier who escorted you in goes, "Mom, just to let you know, we have spotted a Netta hunting group moving around the area just outside the tunnel.
Great.
They appear to be following some tracks, but they don't seem to know where they went."
That's good at least.
So plan.
Gifford turns to you and goes, "Well, you've already been noticed."
Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing we tend to do, sadly.
So
So,
plan is create paperwork from Gold Hill, create sigils, look like legitimate slaves, get you in somehow. Maybe send paperwork to your family or something to get legitimacy for Vienna, and then
I was going to write back to my mother and tell her that I spoke to
Goes,
Worthington.
"Vienna,
Hmm?
are you able to make illusion?"
Ah, yeah, if you can, she can talk to her. She can send a message, right? But you need to know them, though, don't
Need to know what she looks like and her name.
Oh, that's
I
easier.
don't have illusion.
Shame. It's worth a try.
I do
What
not.
if she describes them really well, and I try and draw it, and we hope that I roll good enough?
You can try.
It's worth a shot.
The thing
Would-
is, with using message, that might ring alarm bells with my mother, especially coming from.
would your mother accept a message from certain members of the court? The other court?
Wouldn't that rule? Do you think your patron would do that?
Because Ert has seen a member of the other court.
She might just do it if it's amusing, if she thinks it's amusing enough.
Would she pass a message on?
And she'd have the power
Thinking
to
of the
do it.
wrong mother. You're
no,
thinking
I'm
of
thinking
mother.
hot
You're
stuff,
thinking
hot
Mother
mum.
Knight,
Knight. I'm
who is
thinking
the
of my
patron.
mother.
No, I'm
Her
thinking-
actual
I'm-
biological
No,
mother.
I'm thinking sending a message to Mother Knight
her
to
patron
pass the message
to
on.
Yeah.
She's only my patron. She's not my
Oh
mother.
no, because it'd be
my mother's
Lolf. Would
Lolf.
be a mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
It's
drow.
Lolf.
She wouldn't be able to pass the message on, though. Or get the message to her, because she's a powerful being.
Mother Knight is an archfey.
Yeah, it's a powerful being that would be able to find... Like, Ert can only send a message to people who she's seen. If she sends it to Mother Knight and says, "Can you pass this on to Vienna's mother?" would that message get through? Is all I'm thinking. It's a dangerous game, but...
And
Yeah.
It's also, that would be an unknown whether the message has gone through, right?
Yeah, it'll
Surely,
be unknown.
would, if I try to draw your mother with your descriptions, and you give her a name, Ert would know if she couldn't get through if it wasn't good enough, right? Would you know, Ert?
Goes, the sending would go through. It would definitely go. I just wouldn't know how it was received. Yeah, the only way a sending spell can fail is if it's to a different plane of existence.
Ah, so you wouldn't be able to send a message
Or if the receiver is behind some form of blocking magic. That is the only way a sending spell will ever fail.
Hmm.
I like to
Or
think
if
that
they're
while
dead.
all this
That
discussion
is another way a
going on,
sending spell can fail.
Sandal sat there with like a piece of like wire or something. He's just fashioning it into a shape that he can dip into ink.
And the sending spell is only a 5% chance it will fail if it's going to another plane.
Yeah, only 5% chance.
Yeah.
Well, what risk do we want to take then? Do we want
I
to
can
try?
try and describe my mother because it's quite easy. I look just like her. Just imagine
Okay.
her with white hair and maybe a little slimmer. She's much more slender, much more stern.
Okay.
And it goes, and her name?
You just muted
Panic.
yourself, Steph.
Panic.
She's panic muted.
Panic notes, panic
She
notes!
panic muted. She was like, oh god.
I have a name for her. So
I mean,
I took
you
a
can
name.
you
Just
can
make
just
one up.
make one up. Yeah.
Wait,
Go on, adlib. You got this. Go, Steph.
good old
Just pull a
generator.
name
Wait,
out.
wait.
Mother Rierna.
Rihanna.
Rihanna, really? Oh god.
Her name is
Uh,
Bob.
I
Her
mean,
name is Bob.
drow naming conventions normally stick to a theme, so it would be something probably
go-
beginning with V.
Vasna.
Enya?
Bob.
Vasna.
Yeah, Vasna. That's a
Vasna.
strong. I like that. That's a good
Vas-
name. That's a good
Vasna
name.
Hylim. Okay. It goes, right, okay.
Put that down.
What am I saying?
This has to be in so many words, doesn't it? But
Yeah.
you get the general gist. You're passing a message on via Vienna. I can never remember my cousin's name.
Sargast.
Sargast has started his own business and has abandoned Naveen. Has taken money for himself. What do you want me to do? I can deal with him.
It goes, okay. Vasna. I serve Vienna. She has found Sargast. He has set up slavery business, taking money for himself. Orders, please. And she sort of sits there for a couple of seconds. She sort of goes, Vienna, in your head, you hear,
Oh fuck!
daughter,
You never
Oh.
call.
how nice to hear from you.
Mother.
Straight, you can't. This is still.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Yeah,
You cannot reply to this message.
No.
You can't.
Your diplomacy seems to have gone in a strange direction. I will send away to give me a report. And that is all you get.
Damn it. She was no
Send
help
away?
whatsoever.
And as that message finishes, in front of you, Vienna, from the ground, a flurry of spiders forms and fountains up, and then sort of coalesces and parts, and in the middle is a small purple gem. And you
Is
would
it with
recognize,
you guys and spiders?
and the spiders melt back into the ground. Vienna, you would recognize this as a scanning stone, something that the higher priestesses of Lolth gain access to, where if you run this over a letter, a stone at the other end will recreate it on a piece of paper at their end.
Right.
So you
That's
could
helpful.
write a report and scan this, and
Right.
then your mother will get the report to read it.
Oh, so it's not like it will reproduce it next to it. I was going to say, I
No,
thought for a
so
minute
I've
she's just
got
given
to
us a
write-
way of forging a note by making
Yeah.
a copy, but it's
No.
not. Oh, damn
No.
it.
Or you start
She's
to
given
hear
you a
like
way to give her the information without having to rely on 25-word messages back
I'm
and
going
forth.
to need some paper. So what Vienna's essentially going to write is she is going to try and tell the truth without telling everything, basically. Because in Vienna's defense, she has been trying diplomacy every time she's stepped into a new town. In fact,
Okay.
she did when I can't remember which town I think Maham. She did actually speak to Barris.
You
Yeah,
spoke
yeah,
to
yeah.
Barath
You've
and you began
sorted
setting
out
up trade, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think you did after Abraxas took the throne. Once we sort out
Yeah.
Durunar, you also
Yeah,
did
I
some
did
diplomy
actually
stuff
did
there as well.
and I
Yeah.
think
Stuff
you
there.
mentioned about trade when we went into that two spiral town.
Minas Pengoli.
However,
in
Minas
Minas
Pengoli
Pengoli.
got blew up, which actually
It
who
did.
of them
Well,
might
you'd
be
already
proud about.
you had already visited Minas Pengoli. That was your
Yeah.
second visit.
Yes,
I might just
yes.
report to her
She
that
did
Minas
Minas
Pengoli.
before Durunar, I think. Yeah.
I might actually report to her that Minas Pengoli has just been blown up, which
Okay.
she'll find quite amusing.
All right.
So, she'll
go
kind
ahead.
of say that.
I'm going to say roll a deception check
Okay.
because you are omitting information from this report.
Can I give her advantage with my last thread of fate?
You can.
Deception. Yep.
Because though you are giving a mostly truthful
got
report,
advantage,
you
yeah.
are
Yeah. That didn't help you much, but
you are omitting stuff as well. So and you know your mother knows how to read between lines,
Yeah.
so you have to do this carefully. But yeah, you think you've managed to cover your bases, and you think
Yeah,
she
and
won't.
then I'll mention to her that I'm on my way to Reethorp. I did bump into Worthington beforehand. Technically, the
Yep.
truth. discovered the netters, the Highland
Okay.
netters.
Okay.
Basically, just follow.
Is there like a
Yeah.
telephone sound when she does this scanning thing? Because it's essentially a fax machine.
No.
No, you know, like the dial-up
What
internet.
does-
It's like bidoo bidoo.
What does happen is as this crystal goes along, the ink is sucked into it
That's
and
kinda cool.
vanishes. During all this has been happening, Giffer's just sort of like been talking to a couple of her men outside and just giving you guys the run of this main tent for the moment.
Would this be a
Zandal,
good
you
time
were...
to take a break
Yeah, I was gonna say.
before my cats eat me.
Yes, we will take a quick break, guys. We will be back with the continuation of this plotting and planning fairly soon.
This disaster
Yeah.
route. Yeah.
I was going to say, I hope we never come across my mother because she is strong.
Yeah.
All right.
Your mother has risen to like the highest level of priestess in your
Yeah.
city. She is, and the only way to do that is to get closer and closer to Lolth.
And Lolth is not a nice god. Last I heard, they're evil.
They're not nice.
Anyway,
They're not
we will
nice.
be right back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Catch you in a sec.
Hello and welcome back, and let's continue this absolute whatever this is.
Clusterfuck.
So, whilst Vienna's been writing her report and sending it, Zandal, you were wanting to try and start making some Gold Hill symbols.
Yeah. I
So-
think it'd be something that I'd probably just fashion like a wire symbol and probably use it to dip it in ink or
Yep.
something and just imprint their robes.
Yeah. Giffer at this point goes, Glitz, come over here. And that same goblin who you'd caught trying to eavesdrop comes running over and goes, yes. Take this one to go and get some of the ink from the stores. Come. He starts leading you
you.
off. Okay. And as he leads you off to a side tent, and you can see in there a number of crates, and there is one open with a number of inkwells in.
This one should suffice. And he just picks out just a plain one that he can use just to
Yeah,
essentially stain the clothes.
I need you to make a athletics or acrobatics check, Zandal.
Oh.
To choose ink.
Someone getting bitch slapped on over the ink? What the hell? Is there an inkwell dragon and he's just poked his hand in their hoard?
Thank God for
19.
lucky. Thank God for lucky.
Reroll, did you roll off? Were you
I
gonna roll
rolled a 1.
You feel the goblin behind you move, and he goes to try and like grab you by the mouth, and you manage to just sort of duck and move out the way as you turn around, and this goblin is now glaring at you openly. And he goes, "You know too much." And you watch as its form
fucking Slardy! That's a
and
fucking Slardy!
change, and is now a green slard stood in
Fuck,
the
it's green!
with you.
Fuck, it's green! I hope you're screaming.
Do I have the time to go?
At this point, I'm going to say
ring?
you're going to have to roll initiative.
Okay.
You are far
you
away
call
from
out?
everyone else.
Would it be in the range of the rings?
Oh,
So if he
we'll
goes,
find out in a
"Oh,
second.
if he goes, oh fuck,
get the initiative order ready, and then we'll worry about
Hang on.
semantics and whether.
I will get you guys onto the correct map. If you
we
give
could
me
have
a
stopped
sec.
that fucker
He's just had a
earlier."
map, he's just sat there.
I
He's like,
know.
"Keep talking. They're not going to go on my map. Well, I'm going to fucking make them."
No, the goblin overheard a lot of what you guys said in that tent.
How
And
fucking
saw
big is
me,
that?
yeah.
Jesus Christ! How big is that? Fucking how did he become a tiny goblin?
Because
And
they
we're
could
all the way
shape
over
shift.
here. Oh my
That's some
God.
hard shit. What tent are we in?
You guys are
All
up
the
the
way
top.
back
Oh my
there.
God, we're over there. Fucking hell. Should
So-
we? I know we're not in initiative order, but should we just roll initiative order just to save time later?
Yes,
if he
if
does
everyone
manage to
could
call
roll
us,
me
just I think that
initiative for now.
just so that you know
I'm
where
going
we're
to
at. I
on
think
my
that's probably
token.
save time. Ooh, double digits, 14. Okay, cool. There you go.
And I actually remembered to set
Obviously,
my
you can-
token.
You can ignore our initiative until
Yeah,
we're
your
actually
initiative.
over there, but yeah, just saves time, doesn't it?
And
Oh,
I ran double digits.
and Val swapped it
Yay!
places with Fiona for rolling the lowest.
Has it? It's not adding people to the turn order, or is that just me?
I will sort that in a second.
Oh, you got a 13, yeah. Did you click your token first?
I did, and it showed up for a second and then disappeared, and
Oh,
have
weird.
it's not added
Yeah, I see
Or-
Talia.
either.
Maybe when he was adding the sluddy,
Fiona.
he clicked the wrong thing. Maybe.
Oh, hang
or-
on. My
Pardon me.
connections. My connection's just gone weird. Apparently,
I mean,
on
it's
Roll20.
9:30. We are overdue.
Yes.
It's not that. It's my desktop's connection's just gone.
No.
Hang on. I have
Isn't
to
that
do something
wired?
quick. It is wired, yes, but the wire sometimes does this. Give me uno momento.
Do we need to
have
get
to
you a new wire?
No, it's the Ethernet adapter in this PC. It's never been perfect.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm just going to say, if you can swap positions with the Slardy, you're within limited telepathic range.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was
80
thinking.
foot is what you get.
Get back
Yeah,
in there. Oh,
How far away are we?
Or
It's
run.
using
Run
the-
like fuck.
Telepathic thing, an action, isn't it?
No,
send a
it's
telepathic
just...
message. Yeah, probably.
Well, we haven't seen what the Slardy rolls first because he might be able to kill you before we call out.
Hang on, I'm trying to get my
And you
internet
just
back on
reach
my
level
desktop.
11, and you die.
Oh yeah.
Why are you
Good
not
job,
working?
good job. Your internet on the like map bits. Good job that that's separate from the Discord call.
Yeah, that's because
But
I'm
at the
doing
same
it on two
time-
separate things.
At
I
the
can
same
if I
time.
have to load it. Hang on, I can load it up on my laptop. I don't want to have to swap tabs all the time, but I can do. Because this
If you
is,
can't get it back online, then we'll have to. But...
I may have to for this session. I'm just loading into Roll20 on my laptop now.
Just kick the computer and swear at it. That normally works for me.
Roll20 does seem to log you out every 30 days, I've noticed. So
yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
was
not
watched
bad.
out when I went back
That-
on it. Yeah.
Not what the problem was. Like
No,
I say,
it's internet connectivity that's the issue, not.
Yeah. right there we go. I'm in on my laptop. Oh, goody for technical difficulties. Right.
It happens to the best of us.
Right, I don't need that keyboard then, at the moment.
I just want to
Right, is
praise YouTube.
Oh.
They have just added a TikTok feature to their live on YouTube. You can
Have
now
you just fixed yourself.
sit and continually spam the hearts marker, and it will put hearts on your live stream.
Where? I'm not seeing any.
On mobile,
Oh, hang on. Oh.
you can repeatedly heart.
Yeah, but does it do anything, though? Does it actually
Yeah.
push it out?
Why is that not doing anything? Hang on. Delete him.
It seems like a TikTok feature that they just stole, so
Hang on, I'm
whilst the
curious.
DM is trying to get things sorted, I am going to mess around with YouTube Live.
So what, you just... Where's the like?
There is a little heart symbol at the bottom when you're on mobile, and you can click it.
I am on mobile right now, and I have the stream, I have the chat, I have like
Why are you
smiley
not
face at the bottom, but there's no heart. There's nothing.
If you click the smiley face with the drop-down arrow, you can switch it to a heart.
So it's just spamming emotes then, babe. It's not. When I click that little thing, it just comes up like this. There's no.
This is... Hang on, let me try and show you it. If I click heart, you
Yeah,
can
there's
see...
no-
Right, so I've got
there's
connectivity
no heart.
back there.
Oh, it
Oh,
might
for
be on
goodness sake,
specific
why is
live
that
stuff then.
so
But
Awkward.
Yeah, it could be because you're the streamer. It could be.
Right. It's now the
Mm.
keyboard that's not working.
Oh no. This is
On
not going
my-
well.
For my wireless desktop, for some reason, the keyboard stopped working.
whilst keyboards fail, one
The
thing
internet
that doesn't fail for you is if you get a lovely wood-carven dice vault from Tabletop Dominion, which
Nicely done.
If you go to tabletopdominion.com/Dyson Mimics and use the code
You
Dyson
can get
Mimics
this. You can
on
get sweet
checkout.
stuff like this. Like
Yeah.
it goes with your class and everything, and you can put lots of shiny dice in them. And they're put together with magnets, and I regret smelling them. They don't actually smell nice, but why would I think varnish would smell nice?
In comparison
Yes.
to if you got yourself a nice Dyson Mimics t-shirt from DysonMimics.com and put it through the wash a
Or
few
a
times,
hoodie.
that
Or
would smell
stickers.
amazing.
Or stickers, man. We got stickers. We've got class tees. DysonMimics.com. Get your butt out there now. Let's go.
And in the
Same-
meantime, the Slardy has just died from a heart attack.
And
Sandal is
from boredom.
safe.
The
Yeah.
Slardy has died from boredom because Sandal didn't scream the way he wanted.
It was female. I now have a friend.
Oh no, it's a giant Slardy, and it's just like, ah, Sandal.
Right,
Oh
5.
no,
Oh, that'd
Xandal
be
and giant
so funny.
creatures.
I know, that would be funny. I think we decided that it was only giant women, not giant creatures.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
giant women. Well, it's not giant women, it's powerful women.
Also, whilst we're here, we may as well shout it out. We are on TikTok. Go and follow us at Dyson Mimics. All our shorts go on there. YouTube.com/@DysonMimics. All our shorts also go on there. And we are streaming
And
live
backstory.
through Restream right now to YouTube. So hello, everybody over on YouTube.
Hello, everybody on Twitch.
We've kind of stopped doing Twitter because of the muskness.
Yeah, it's just something not right. It's
Yeah.
just garbage, dumpster fire, let's be honest.
But we now have the community tab over on YouTube, so everything that we would normally be posting on Twitter, we're posting on the community tab.
Yay.
How's it going,
Right.
Paddy?
Which
I've
means
just
nobody's
turned the
seeing it,
desktop off
probably.
now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if it's not going to
I
cooperate, then
think I need to maybe put new batteries in that keyboard, and I do not have time to do that now, so we're just going to do it all through the laptop. That'll have to do.
That's fine.
Okey-dokey.
You're ever so slightly
It is what it
robotic,
is.
but it's fine. We'll run with it.
There we go. Right.
doing it live.
So-
We're doing it live, everybody. Live.
This is what live play is all about.
Technical difficulty.
Everything
No,
has
none of
gone
this
wrong.
pre-recording
Everything
bollocks
is
that
off
some of
her.
the
The
D&D groups
We're
do
not
out
going to
there.
go there. We're not going to go there. That's not cool. No.
I was joking.
Right.
No.
Combat Loki.
Oh.
Right. So, first
rolled
up
a
in the
21,
initiative
You're dead.
is the Slard.
Oh,
So,
shit.
Bye-bye,
Of course
Xandal.
they are. Of course they are. It's been nice knowing you,
going
Xandal.
to
I mean, you just became an
make-
official Oh.
make a claw. Hang on, let me check what's.
Don't get
So it is
infected.
going to make a claw. It's going to make a bite
cast
attack and then
shield.
2 claw attacks.
Yeah, so
Okay,
he
so you
cast
cast shield, so +2 to your AC. So first up,
Every
the bite
little
attack.
helps. Oh, we haven't got much many weapons or anything, do we?
That is a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Ah.
So you're going to take.
Did anyone else get a deja vu from when we split the party and no one had their weapons
Yeah.
and armor on them?
Yeah,
That's
this is just
11
like the
piercing
ball.
damage.
Yeah. These slutty aren't stupid.
the
We
bite.
know that.
2 claw attacks,
Well, now we know
that's
that
a natural
everyone's
20 for
suspicious.
one.
Even small now.
and the other one is a 24. So the nat 20
Yeah, that hits.
is going to be
We need to kill that
16
thing. so
slashing damage.
Yeah, because if it goes, that's
It's
it.
gonna
That's
communicate
And-
that we're fucked. Yeah.
The other one is 5 slashing damage.
Xandal has all the diamonds.
He has my crossbow. Good job,
And the
Blossoms with
slidey
us.
is going to move to there to
So it can
block
get
you from exiting.
I
the
mean,
tent.
it's fabric tent. You could just pull it up and run out, right? You're tiny enough, I'd have thought.
I mean,
maybe?
it is pinned down, but maybe.
I know, but it's still, it's a tent. You could just slash your way out.
Yeah.
maybe. Bite your way out.
Okay.
You'll be fine.
So- Obviously, none of you guys actually have a turn yet.
Nope.
Sandal. Turn.
Oh,
I
it's
don't-
fine.
In particular, not have a top.
Mm.
Bear with me.
Ba, 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 ba,
Hey, with you, grr.
Oh, bear. Right, I got you. I was slow on the uptake.
I was about to crack the joke about this being intense.
Nah.
Oh dear.
Intense. Oh lord.
Did you canvas for that joke?
Right. I am going to cast haste on myself.
You're not gonna.
Yeah.
And this guy doesn't realise that I can do this. I can go through a player's space, even if it's an enemy.
You can.
Disengage and fucking book it. So that's 5, 10,
Punch him in the junk on the way past.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
Like, say something, you idiot.
Oh no, I am literally going to be shouting now.
Use your ring!
Little,
You've got a ring, you fool!
I've had to use my action to disengage, my secondary action.
He's got a point now, yeah. Can't risk taking
But
hit.
I
from
am
his
literally
belt, yeah,
shouting, little green is now big green.
Little green.
Ah.
Big green.
Fuck.
Tiny dragon?
Is that your turn then, Randall?
Yeah, hold on, let me just work out actually
Baby
whether
dragon.
that was 50. So... Oh, I've got an extra 5 feet.
Oh, one extra square.
Yeah, I'm
Every
taking
little
it.
helps.
Every little helps. Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
Except
Okay.
nobody in the guards is going to understand what you mean by little green is now big green.
No, but I'm hoping
sorry
that
that
I'm making enough of a
Yeah, we get
racket.
it. The internet connection's not great, I get it. With
Yeah.
the extra
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, it's the Chrome's slowing everything down, I think.
I
Oh.
would say you could turn the camera off, but then it's going to shuffle everyone.
Square should stay if he just turns off camera but doesn't leave the call. It shouldn't.
It may shuffle
it'll shift
people.
Will it shift everything? Oh,
Yeah.
It's awkward.
It's fine, we'll go with
I
1
mean,
FPS.
if it
It's
get-
fine.
If it gets too bad, I'll try disconnecting and reconnecting and see if that does anything. But
Yeah.
we'll see for the moment. Right. So Sandal does that.
I don't know why I'm next in
But-
the... Oh, I was going to say.
You wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't have been. But now that Zandal's made everyone aware, it's now everyone will be in initiative. But it's the
Okay.
top of the next combat round, so
Yeah.
this
makes
guy
sense.
is going to go.
These soldiers aren't going to know what's going on there.
15, 20 to get to there.
Oh, I'd like to think now
Yeah.
that they can see it, they're going to be like, what the
Yeah.
fuck is that?
Yeah, they probably would be. Although they will have to look
It weren't
for it
about
first.
fireball.
Well, I imagine that they're going to make enough bloody noise that they'll... Oh, or is
It's
it gonna...
going.
It's
Yeah,
now,
I was going to say it's going to
I know what it's
escape.
going to do. No,
Uh,
no, I think
thought
it's
I'd
going to cast silence or something so that no one can hear. You know, like the assassins that tried to get you in the... You remember? You had to break the doll to...
Yeah.
Yeah. Be something like that, I'd have thought. Oh.
So I'm just gonna move Sandal
gonna
briefly
cast
just to
fireball.
see. Yeah, so it can get everyone there. Yeah, it is going to cast fireball.
Oh,
So
I put it out in the world. I'm sorry, guys.
so Zandal, I need you to make a dex save. I need
No,
to make a dex save
Tritherian
for all of
babies.
those guards.
Be fine.
Those guards
Those guards are dead.
fail, fail,
Oh god.
pass, fail. I'm just gonna do 4 for general, and then I'll do 21 passes, but that is still going to be 66 fire damage. I believe it's
Resistance
66 for
gonna
a
get
fireball, or is it
exposed.
8?
This is we're done for. This is bad.
Let me just check how much damage fireball actually does.
A lot.
Fireball.
Fireball.
86. So that's 5.
Oh, okay, 86.
Uh,
Sla-da-dee, sla-da-da.
Sla-dee-dee. Giant toad. Gee, bitch.
That is 23 points of fire damage, halved to 11 for you, Xandal. And then a lot of these guys are now down.
Oh no.
For fuck's sake.
There are a couple of them still just about up, but not a huge amount. I'd said about half of them would have gone down.
That's definitely enough to pass the con save for the concentration, yeah?
Yes. God's sake.
Oh, good God. Except you don't have the shovel, so you don't.
Vandal has most of our weapons in his bag.
Blossom is. Blossom's got my weapons, so I'll be grabbing those off of you.
7 and an 8 has gone down. They are unconscious and bleeding out. The rest of them
I can't
will
save
be
them all. I mean, considering all of us, we can maybe help too, but then we're not attacking that thing. I can stabilize one. You can touchy. Does anyone else have healing?
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got some spiritual healing.
Oh, we got hurt, so you could do like a big heal to help him, I guess.
Is that up first? Yes, she is.
Sorry, I have to adjust a lot of hit point markers on this quickly. Right, there we go. I think that's all of them. And then I need to roll an initiative for them and her. Priest. So that's the fireball done. God. +1.
Oh, it is, and it's Sandor. Fuck. No, wait, then I did him. Not then. Fuckity fuck fuck.
Okay. So, the Slard then has 10 more feet of movement. It's going to go back that way.
Yeah, it's
running?
Okay.
running.
Talia,
Bitch.
your turn.
Alright, well, first of all, 30 feet. How far away are you, bitch? Oh,
So
hang on.
far, all you know is that Xandal's been shouting something, and you've just heard a massive boom, and you've just run out, and there's a bunch of flames everywhere, and people have fallen over.
I'm looking around trying to figure out what the fuck's going on then if I don't see her immediately. Because I'm not going to see her. Can I, is that like a thing? Is that an action? What do I do?
You can see the Slard.
I can see the slab. Good. Okay. Cool. Oh fuck! I don't have my. And I've moved. I was going to grab my weapons from Blossom. Can I?
That would be an action because Blossom would have to take them.
Yeah. So
out
I
of
would
the sleep.
lose my action. So I guess I'll lose my action.
No,
to get my...
it would have to be an action on Blossom's turn.
Yeah.
Blossom has to do the action.
Okay. Well,
So
I'll
you would
just
have
run
to
out
wait
and
by
then...
Blossom.
So I'll run out and do nothing then, because there's nothing I can do. I'll just be like, oh fuck. I've already moved 30 feet, so I can't get actually near these guys. Can I? Oh wait, no.
I mean,
30
you can
feet would have
bonus
been
action dash.
square either. No, because I wanted to be able to do something to. Wait, no, is Spare the Dying an action, or is that a bonus action? No, it's an action. Never mind. I can't do anything, so I'll just stand there. I literally can't do anything.
You can.
I'll just.
You've
You
got
can bonus action dash as
dash.
rogue. So you can
then I can't
dash with your
stabilise any
bonus
of them.
action to get close.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I can
Then
get
you've
at least
still
get
got your
to
action.
Sandal. I'll get down to Xandal then, I guess.
Well, no, if you bonus action dash, you
No,
can
I
move
don't
to
have
one
any
of the down
weapons.
people.
Yeah, but you can move to one of the people
I'll
and...
move to
They're
Xandal.
dying.
I'm taking too long to do my turn. I've moved to Xandal. That's the end of my turn. I'll deal with it later.
Okay.
I don't want to
Right.
spend 20 minutes on my turn. Other people got to have turns.
Okay. Blossom, your turn.
I'll also come out.
Most of us aren't going to be able to do much first turn anyway because we got to get our shit.
That's enough to get to you, so I can give you at least one of you rapiers. Probably.
I'll take
lightning one.
the lightning rapier from you then, I guess. Cheers. And then as I said, there's not much we can do initially. It's going to get away. We're going to be found out. I guarantee you. There's no way I'm going to catch up to it. Wait, how long's the tunnel?
Longer than you think.
Okay, good. Because it doesn't look that long. Okay, well, yeah.
That's
Okay.
my
Anything
turn
else on your turn? Okay. Next.
No. No, that's
Okay.
that's it.
Okay. Ert's turn.
Okay, Ert is going to move 30 foot up.
Yep.
And where is it? Hold monster, 5th level, 90 foot range,
Oh,
15 foot wisdom save. 15 wisdom save.
Oh, wisdom.
Okay. Let me just check.
It's a spellcaster. I wouldn't like to say whether it's not got good wisdom. It does.
Okay, must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. Yeah. So it just says a creature. Okay. So wisdom savings throw 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has magic resistance, so has advantage on this. Fails.
So you're paralyzed for a minute.
It is. Yep.
Oh, everyone get your butt down there for a minute.
Paralyzed.
Is
10
still
rounds.
paralyzed if it gets
10
hit?
rounds.
It's not like charm or anything, is it?
Oh
It's
yeah,
like,
paralysis is
No.
just you have to resist.
No, it just gets to remake the save at the end of each
remake
of
a
its
save every
turns.
hit. Oh, yeah. We could gank it though.
Yep.
Attack all at once, maybe.
Okay. That's the end of Ert's turn.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. So Ert is now concentrating on that spell. Where's my concentration marker? There. Okay, Vienna, your turn.
Well, there's not much I can do, because I'm all the way back here. I was the furthest away, so that's my 30.
It's whether you want to dash. Is there?
I mean,
is there anything you can do there, or do you need to get closer?
I can hold
Yeah, you've got
monster.
spell slots, haven't you?
If I was to attack him, it wouldn't unleash the hold monster, would it?
No.
It would get
Hold
to reroll.
monster. Nope.
No.
Good old
No.
Elven Blast then, because I can reach
It's just
him.
at the end of each of its turns, the target can make another
Oh,
wisdom
end of
saving.
its turn. Right. I thought it was every time it got hit. Right. Okay.
No,
That's for
no, it's
things
not
like
a charm effect. It's paralyzed.
Okay.
You do also get
So-
advantage on your attacks because it is paralyzed.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'm trying to remember how to do that. With advantage.
Yeah.
So 19.
Oof.
19 for 12.
A 19 hits.
And then next one.
12.
So
17 hits.
And then my
Oh,
third
that's
one, because I'm at level 11.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Those ones don't hit, unfortunately.
It's alright, 2 out of 3
What?
ain't bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just blast out 2 shots and they just smack into it. The third flying over its head down the tunnel.
Cool.
Okay. The guard's turns.
I don't know.
Oh,
I think that's Paddy's
think-
mic echoing.
feedback. Jesus, it scared me.
Sorry.
That's all right. I don't
Something
think
like
there's anything
hail,
we can do about
hail. I was just like,
it.
hell?
Oh, like
They
scary
actually came with
demonic
Okay,
chanting or
so-
something came out. I was like, oh.
The guards are going to mostly just drag their friends away from this.
By the way, I actually forgot to mention: is the place still on fire?
Some stuff is still on fire. Yes.
I'm going to bonus action with my Winter's Moon, because I still have it on me. The blade can be used as a bonus action to douse any source of flame in a 30-foot cube around the wielder.
Yep.
So
yep.
if there is
quickly
anything
put
on
out the
Everyone's
flame.
gonna get a quick chill. Ooh.
Yeah.
Does someone just
However,
walk over there?
However, that does put out some of the lanterns as well.
Oh shit.
So, just so you're aware.
Dark vision, then.
Okay. So the guards spend their turn dragging their friends away from what's happening, and then one pass, one fail, one fail, one pass, fail,
Can I
pass.
bonus action dash?
Well, oh, one of them crits on their death save and gets back up on 1 hit point.
Hey, what a baller!
Hey.
Let's go.
Good man.
Quick question: as a thief, can I bonus action dash?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can. Good.
It's
Good
a
to
There's
know.
cunning
one
action.
more to do. And another one! Oh my god, I rolled 2 nat 20s on
You
that dice.
revived too.
That's it, right. You keep them to the nat 20s being on the guys on our side and not the.
Okay. That's the end of the guards' turns. Xandal, your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna take a couple of actions to start bringing weapons from the bag of holding.
Yep.
I got a weapon. It's fine.
Whose
Chuck 'em at
weapons
people.
have I currently got?
Can one of them
You've
be
got-
Mortimer, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've
So I'll
got my
bring
rapier, that
Mortimer,
should be fine.
and I'm gonna bring.
So I would say with your action, you can get 2 items out of your bag of holding.
with one
'Cause you have
action.
to, like, Yes, because you have to reach in, think of it, grab it, pull it out. Reach in, think of it, grab it, pull it out. That's
Okay.
sort of 6 seconds worth of action.
Yeah. So
I'm
I'm gonna
fine.
grab
I'm fine. I've got a weapon, so just fine. Get some
Mortimer and my crossbow. Inventory. Let's equip my crossbow.
Weapon shot can stay in there
Uh,
for now. I suppose you could have used it.
And
It's not attunable, is it?
would I have been able to get away with having at least a bolt already loaded into the crossbow?
Yes.
Okay. Any bolt?
I would say probably a regular bolt, because
Yeah.
you wouldn't have had an incendiary
been-
or an explosive bolt preloaded in the crossbow when you
Yeah.
put it away.
That would not be safe. That's a dumb way to die.
Dumb way.
Ways to die.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight in with I'm gonna hold off on using my bow for the minute, but I am going to do a 3rd level catapult.
Okay, you've used your action to get stuff out
Yeah.
the bag. And
Yeah,
bolts
I'm
an
still
action
under
to that.
haste.
You are still under haste, yes. Yeah, your
Yeah.
hasted action, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot you were under haste. I hadn't put tokens on you.
Economy.
Yeah. And it's
Okay.
advantage towards.
The Slard, yep.
Yep.
Alright, isn't Catapult a dex save for the Slard?
It is, yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
paralyzed.
it auto fails because it's paralyzed.
Okay.
It cannot dodge.
Yes.
25 bludgeoning damage. Okay. Yeah, it takes all of that.
Okay. And just for now, whereabouts is Val? I'm gonna come back to here carrying Mortimer. Like, I feel weird holding this.
Okay. End of your turn. It is
Yeah.
Giffer's turn. Giffer is going to... Yeah. Yeah, she's just going to run up to one of her 5, 10, 15, 20, one of her downed men and cast Spare the Dying. That's pretty much all she can do this turn. And then just make sure she's next to the next one ready. Okay.
It's going to be unparalleled.
Val, your turn.
Like a giant baton toss, Val is going to run past Sandal, picking up Mortimer, and then use his action to dash, so he's at the front of the pile for the next action.
And you wonders why he keeps dying.
But knowing that the Slardy could potentially only cast, like, fire or something from this distance, not a physical damage attack, he's going to go full, like, Captain America and kind of hold the shield up to try and, like, defend the group of people in the line behind him, because it can't really go any further.
Yep. Okay.
And try and angle it so that if there is, like, a fireball or something else that eventually comes this way, he's going to try and defend as much of the group as possible.
Okay. So, at the end of your turn, it is the Slard's turn now. At the beginning of its turn, you watch as some of its wounds seal closed and knit back together. And then it can't do anything on its turn, so at the end of its turn, it gets to remake the Wisdom save with advantage because of magic resistance. Still fails, still paralyzed.
Starting to think that paralyzed has become the new spirit guardians for you, DM.
No, not yet. Okay, Talia,
like,
your turn.
Right, I'm going to completely ruin. I'm going to go down to there.
Yep.
So, oh, hang on. I'm still getting used to the whole grab then click to get within 30 feet. And then I'm going to... Ooh. I can... Is it the entropy? I can reroll any ones in necrotic damage that I do.
Yes.
I'm gonna bonus action. I'm gonna do my bonus action first. I'm gonna bolts from the grave her because that's necrotic, and then I can reroll the ones and hope that I do damage. 21 to hit.
21 hits. Yep.
It is at advantage as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would have been at advantage as well if you want to
Right,
roll again.
how do I
get a crit.
Yeah, I'll roll again if I see if I get a crit, but I don't know how. Oh no, none of those were ones. Okay, so
yeah,
that's
you
fine.
didn't get a 1.
No, I didn't crit, so we'll stick with the 31.
You do 31 points of damage. Okay.
Okay, and then that was my bonus action, and then for my main action, can I do my special ability on my lightning rapier?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let's see. Oh, for fuck's sake, DnD Beyond, what are you doing? Go back to my sheet. I can't click. 1 second. It's moved it out of my character sheet for a second there. Right. Lightning rapier to see. I'll still move 30 feet forward from that. Does that miss? Probably.
I mean, the lightning rapier the special ability is a dex save, so it auto
Oh,
fails.
is it?
It's paralyzed.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. We haven't played. I feel like we haven't played in a while, and I'm panicking a little. So, it would be. Oh, I can't really go in. I guess it would be straight that way through her with the lightning then.
Yep.
Which. Holy fuck. I don't get the sneak, unfortunately, which is sad.
The lightning rapier special ability isn't an attack like that.
I clicked the...
think.
Oh no,
Hang on.
sorry, I'm clicking the damage thing thinking that it's the thing. It's not. It's dexterity saving throw taking 2d10, so ignore that.
So,
I need to click
2d10.
that button. Sorry, yeah. Okay, so 13 lightning damage.
13 lightning damage.
And it'll
You watch
get...
as
And if
that-
it failed, it would get knocked back 30 feet.
Yeah, which will happen, but it's,
Oh,
still
20 feet,
paralyzed.
sorry. 20 feet.
20 feet. Yeah, you watch as the lightning plays over it, but it doesn't do as much damage as you would have hoped.
I thought that would do more damage. Maybe lightning's a bad idea.
So
She's gonna
20
scream
feet,
out.
5, 10, 15, 20.
But I'm also
to
not.
there.
Oh, bitch! Don't fucking running at me. Oh wait,
It
no.
didn't. You knocked it back.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I thought for a minute. I was just like, wait, you're paralyzed. You can't do that.
Yeah.
I was behind you.
Okay. Blossom, your turn.
Yep. Taking something out of these sleeves is an action, isn't it?
Yes.
Fair enough. I will take out my whip then.
Yep.
And just is yeah, I can use
Back to you.
Yep.
Feline agility.
To
Zoom.
Yeah. I'm there.
get there to kind of block its way.
Hey, girl.
Okay. And that's the end of your turn, yeah?
Yeah, why not? I'll make it feel bad. I will Curse of the Anxious it, so that it's got disadvantage on its next Wisdom save.
Okay.
So I'm assuming with the advantage it would just cancel it out to be just a straight throw
Yeah.
rather than an advantage.
Yeah. Okay. That's the end of Blossom's turn. Ert's turn.
Looks back at Giffer as she is the first Tritherian cleric she's ever met. She kind of wants to show off a little bit, so she's going to sidle up right next to Valdizian, look down the hallway towards this creature, and she's going to 6th level flame strike it because it's a dex check and it auto fails the dex check.
Yep. It auto fails the dex check. Let me just check something.
60 foot.
Is that AoE damage? Am I going to get hit as well? Is Blossom going to get hit? I can take it, but
10-foot radius of the creature.
Yeah, well, it's in a
I'll
20.
take it.
Well,
It's in a
wherever
20-foot bubble. It takes up 4 squares. So if I center it straight on it, then 10-foot radius is.
Because it's bigger.
Hang on.
I don't know if that
Hang on.
counts.
10-foot radius is out.
Yeah,
so-
it would get me
Would it?
Blossom.
Yeah. You
I'll
will
take
have
half
to get
damage.
you'll have to get
but-
one of them.
I'll probably
hit me.
aim
I'm
for
fire
Talia.
resistant.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Talia, you need to make a dex saving throw.
I have advantage on those because I don't think I took the boots off. Would that count, or would I have taken the boots off with my armor?
You
do you
would
think?
not have taken
the
the boots off.
The boots would have been fine, wouldn't they? What did you say?
Dex.
Dexterity. Dex
15.
saves, I've got advantage. I
Yeah.
already passed, so I won't bother rolling. a
And
second
you have
time.
evasion, so you take
Yeah.
no damage.
So
Rogues!
that is.
Always a safe bet. If you're gonna hit a team member with fire, hit me.
Okay, so the fire does less damage than you hoped.
Alright, so he's resistant to lightning and fire.
I'm looking at all the dice on my screen
Radiant.
at the moment. I'm like, that's
As
way
well.
more
Oh,
than
radiant,
the number
sorry,
that's
radiant.
produced.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
well, look at
That-
that. It says was rolled as well as rolled.
I know it is. I'm just
Okay.
looking. I'm seeing 6s. I'm seeing
Yeah,
5s.
Don't argue. Don't argue.
Yeah.
It is what it
Is
is.
that the end of Ert's turn?
What can she do as a bonus action? Let's have a look. I don't think she can do much because she just casts a spell. That doesn't count as an attack action. So, yeah, that's all she's going to do.
Okay. So next up is Vienna.
And I'm all the way back here, so 5, 10.
You got this, girl.
15, 20.
I mean, you've got plenty of range for Eldritch Blast.
I have, yes, but just in case things turn a little bit south, I want to be in range to do something else.
Oh,
I
that
want
was
to get in range of an attack of opportunity in case it gets through. Yeah.
Yep. By the way, Talia, as that flame strike goes off and the creature does take damage, some of the structural supports in that tunnel do crack. They're
Oh,
holding.
shit.
They're holding, but they probably can't take another hit like that.
Be more careful.
That's okay. Yeah, I will settle for an Eldritch Blast for now.
Okay. So you have advantage on your attacks because it is still paralyzed.
Cool. So 1, 2.
That first one misses.
God damn it. And 1, 2.
Yep, that second one hits, so that's 8 damage.
1, 2.
Hey!
And a crit.
That's what we're talking
Oh my
about.
god, great. Good job.
And you rolled a 10
Yeah.
on the thing, so that is 22 points of damage.
Yeah!
So, yeah. Yep. It is starting to look pretty hurt now.
Keep it going. Let's keep it going, guys.
Okay.
Bring on that
That
paint
the end of your
train.
turn, Vienna?
Bring on the heat.
Yeah, that's all I can do, really.
Okay. Guards' turns. The ones who are healthy are going to move to stand in front of their brethren and form a spear formation
Yeah.
as a defensive line. And then these ones are going to stay where they are, just sort of.
I was gonna say they're just
Side.
like on 1 HP, aren't they?
Yeah,
and then the
they're
ones
wounded
Because they got
soldiers.
up from
who are
that
down,
point, didn't they? Yeah.
Another's failed. Another fail. Pass. Pass. Fail. Oh, and one's been spared the dying, so that's fine. Okay, but that's going to be... They're going to take their action to just hold attacks if this thing comes back towards them. Okay. Xandal, your turn. You are now behind a wall of bodies holding spears.
Yeah.
He can go through the legs, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bear with me, I'm just
Jeez, I
checking
don't
something.
know.
Nope. Okay. I'm going to essentially start forward 50 feet. As I do, I'm going to use one action to pull my crossbow bolts and my hammer from the bag.
Yep.
And then like 2 attacks with my crossbow
Okay.
on Doodag. So at advantage, yeah.
A hasted action isn't a multi-attack, it's just a single attack.
I have extra attack as Battlesmith.
Yeah, but that extra attack is part of your regular action. A hasted action does not count as a multi-attack action.
Okay.
So the most attacks you can get with a haste spell is free. You can't
Yeah.
multi-attack again. That's not
Okay.
how it works. The hasted action only counts as a single extra attack.
Okay.
So you get the 1 crossbow shot off.
That's fine.
20 hits
For 4.
for 4 piercing damage. Every little helps.
We get paid for the free advertising we're giving Tessa.
Okay, end of your turn, Xandal?
Yes.
Okay, Giffer's turn. Giffer is going to cast Spare the Dying on another of her troops, and then leg it across this way to get ready to cast Spare the Dying on another one. Okay. Val, your turn.
Ignore that.
Why are you rolling perception?
I just clicked a random button. Ignore that. I'm going to query what you just said.
Another slot.
I'm just going to query what you just said about haste.
Yeah.
So, because Val already takes 2 attacks as an attack action.
Yeah.
Haste will give you 4.
No, I'm not saying haste would give me 4. But if I normally take bash bash and then I get another one, would that be... No, that would be 3 anyway.
Yeah.
Ignore that. Ignore that. Sorry, I'm trying to juggle 2 characters and try and work things out in my head. Would casting haste mean that I lose one of my actions casting haste?
Yes.
So
cast
I would.
haste, you lose your main action. But
So
you
then
get your
I would
hasted
only
action.
get 2 attacks.
1 attack. A hasted action can only ever be a single attack.
It means that you could do that. It wouldn't increase your attacks this round, but because you'd still be under the effect of haste in the next round, then you'd get an extra attack. Yes, because the doing of the host cancels out the additional action you would get with haste. So you'd be able to cast haste, do what you would normally do in a round, and then next round you would then get 3 attacks.
In that case, what I'm going to do is do something slightly different. movement, then bonus action for Misty Step.
So haste. So I will read you haste. You gain an additional action on each of its turns. That action can be used only to take the attack one weapon attack only.
Okay.
Dash, disengage, hide, or use an object action.
Okay.
So that is actually in the wording of the haste spell.
In that case, movement, then bonus action Misty Step to get there.
Yep.
That gives me my action as a standard action, which would be a double attack.
It would, yes.
Yeah, cool. So I'm going to...
if you have advantage, and when you hit, it's an auto crit because it's paralyzed.
Cool. So I'm going to hit it with Mortimer.
If you crit on an auto crit, does that mean it's a double crit?
Potentially.
And I am going to pump...
I'm just thinking.
Oh, I've got expanded crit, so... No, that's expanded crit is 19 and 20, not 18 to 20.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you don't get 18 to it. That would be a bit
I'm going to pump a 3rd level smite into that.
Okay.
Which will give me... Is it...
That's 4d8.
4d8.
As well as your regular damage. And this is all crit.
Yeah. Do I need to still do my regular damage, don't I?
Yeah.
So regular damage. And then pop, hit it again.
You don't have to.
Do I not? Okay.
You lunge forward and you just stab it through the head and it just goes limp, the spell fading from it as it perishes. It had 8 hit points left.
We did it. We did it. We did it.
Just a random question. Speak with dead on an enemy's corpse, because it would still be hostile towards, so it wouldn't answer questions.
It doesn't necessarily have to tell the truth.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But if you did speak with dead and then Ertz did fast friends,
doesn't work because it's dead.
No, yeah, that's not how.
I know.
Right.
I was just. Thought it'd be funny.
Ever since I got the ability, I've not once got to use it, and then I'm just like, every time an opportunity with the corpse turns up, it's just like, but it won't work because either they're an enemy or it's some other reason.
It also isn't going to work in this case as the body slowly melts and fades from existence.
Oh, cool. Oh, because
it's not a being from this plane.
Yeah.
When a being from another plane dies on this plane, it merely returns to its home plane.
Gooey and moist.
It's my dad. No. Yeah.
But yeah.
Vienna's going to turn around and go, oh. Anyone else?
As the body's fading, Giffer is finished running around and applying first aid to her men to at least make it so they're not going to die in the next 5 seconds. She then looks at the rest of you and goes, "What was that?"
That was.
Don't say the word. Don't
Sandal
say
just
the
kind
word.
of sits on the floor.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please, Talia.
I was just like, I knew she was going to say it.
23. Again, you feel that tingle, but nothing else happens.
Let's not call it them, though. We'll call it big lizard.
Well, it's actually more like a frog.
A nasty thing.
Big
the
frog.
enemy. We'll call it the
A
enemy.
big green.
Yeah?
Big green.
Motherfucker.
So, Sandal's just kind of now sat on the floor. He's pulling out all the things that he thinks he'll need that he can get away with carrying in the city.
Guys, that every single time I say that word, something tries to hurt me. So let's nobody say that word ever again. Okay?
Okay.
Just in case. I'm not taking any chances. Also, I want to look at every one of you fuckers to make sure that you're not a bloody one of them. Line up. Soldiers.
I mean, they're all here. They're all no one's missing.
I'm just saying I'm going to true sight and I'm going to check everyone. And
you cast true sight and you glance over them. There are no Slard hidden amongst them anymore.
All right, I think that was the only traitor intrusion. You guys need to up your security. That was, yeah.
Val's
Don't
going to
trust
turn
anyone.
Val's going to turn to Mortimer and just be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing? What's it like being in a bag of holding?"
As you say that, Val, and you try to talk to Mortimer,
we're inside the.
You get slapped as well.
Yeah.
It was distant last time I spoke to him, so
it's like shouting down a corridor, like down a tunnel. you can hear very faintly murmuring at the back of your mind, but you can't make out the words.
Is it more distant or not
It
than
is
the last time?
more distant than it was the last time when you did
Now
it
that I'm
outside
inside the walls of
city.
the building.
Yeah.
City, yeah.
Hmm.
That's obviously an effect of the bloody... What's it called?
Yeah. So yeah, I suppose Vienna's gonna head back and
Gleaming.
I'll like go and spare the dying. Anyone that's still like, I'll help.
Yeah.
Lady help. I'll get them up.
Fair.
Well,
Yep.
stabilize them at least.
Xandor quickly finishes getting out all the stuff that he thinks he'll need before just dropping control of the haste
haste.
spell and just
Yeah.
kind of collapses to the floor trying to catch his breath for a moment.
Oh, you okay over there, buddy?
That was not what I was expecting.
Oh, you just
Not
went
used
out
to
for
being
some
that fast, are you,
ink.
my dude?
I mean, with my dragon's run, maybe, but... Oh,
so what?
that's
happened?
exhausting.
Yep. I was
Landor.
gonna say you've now got a level of exhaustion, don't you?
Yeah.
No, it only lasts a turn, so...
Yeah, it's only
Is it? Oh.
incapacitated for a turn at the end of a haste spell.
I thought it was you took a level of exhaustion for some reason.
I grab his arm and just be like...
Yeah, so... The little goblin dude took me in. I was busy looking at what inks would be suitable. I picked up this one. He's still holding the bottle of ink. I managed to dodge the little goblin dude as he tried to grab me from behind. And then all of a sudden he turned into the big green thing.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is you went into a random tent and ended up with a giant creature again?
What?
I don't think this was a liaison battle. Not that the other.
It would definitely be a
liaison, except for
dangerous
Finley.
liaison if it was anything.
No.
Vienna kind of walks past. Is it Griffer? Her name?
Giffer, yeah.
Giffer.
She's currently like tying bandages on round people's
Literally
burns.
trousers around the ankles, so they just got caught, really, didn't they?
Well, at least we got rid of one of your infiltrators.
Well, yeah, I'm a bit worried now if they can shapeshift or something.
I checked everyone over. I can.
Yes, but
see,
you're not always going to be here.
Yes, but also that's not necessarily that thing casts magic. There's no guarantee that they don't know how to block this divine sense thing. Like that could do it, you know.
Well,
there could still be
and
traitors
I've got
among you. I just can't see them.
Well, that's going to complicate things quite a lot.
Take everybody down to
The
0
world
hit
of
points.
resistance, my love.
See if they turn into sludge. Revivify them?
No.
I don't exactly have the war
Diamonds.
chest to afford that many diamonds.
It's not really a realistic solution.
I think we're safe now.
I think we're okay
For
for now,
now.
but you need to move location. This location is not safe.
Well,
also the tunnel took a bit of damage. You might want to reinforce the supports. They don't look like they can
yes, we're
hold up.
going to reinforce the supports, and we should be okay. Glitz only turned up here a couple of days ago, and he hasn't left. So
investigate every single person he has spoken to.
Well, only the people here. So
Yeah.
Does he have a tent?
Be careful. Yeah. Did he
well,
have a tent?
the tents are all communal. So
So which one was the one he was sharing?
well, Glitz was a rescued slave. Or so we thought.
So which tent was the one he was sharing with other people?
They point you to one of the tents on the left-hand side, and they went, well, he didn't have anything. He didn't bring anything with him.
Yes, but if it's where he's staying, he might have stowed something. I don't know. A listening device or something. I don't know.
Wouldn't hurt to
You're
look.
welcome. You're welcome to look. And one of the guards, who's still mostly on their feet, still covered in
Might
quite
as well
nasty
while I've still
burns.
got the eyes up for the
Yeah.
arrow. Look
And
around.
that
Fiona's
leads
Check
you
everywhere
into-
for hidden things and stuff. Yeah.
leads you into this tent, and he points you to, there's like sort of 6 bedrolls in each tent, and he points you to one of them. He goes, "Well, that's where Glitz slept." You can see there is just like a bedroll, and there's like a sack next to it to keep things in.
Can I just while I've got the eyes for however long I've got them, can I just go from tent to tent and just do a once over to see that there's, if there's nothing hidden.
But also
Yeah.
see what was in his
You-
sack.
And Fiona's
Yeah, you
actually
open
gone
up the
back
sack.
to
There's
the...
just
I'll do it physically, and then I don't have to.
Yeah.
I've gone back in there.
there's nothing in the sack except for a bit of dried jerky and a dagger. That's about it.
I'll.
Checking through all
Can
the
I have the dagger? Just because that's easier to hide on my person. So when I have to hide my weapons again, I've got
you
something.
can easily pocket the dagger.
Yeah.
But glancing through all the other tents, you don't see anything hidden or suspicious. However, Talia, that weird sort of pattern that you'd seen in the air outside the city is even thicker here. It is
Just in this area, or just here in general?
just everywhere. It's just permeating everything.
Yeah, that weird stuff we've been seeing around. It's worse here. It's getting worse. We are
probably
running out of
linked.
time.
Yeah, I think it's linked to the citadel.
Proximity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, mind you,
Yeah,
you've said that. I'm
I've
with you,
checked
I'm up in there.
every
So-
tent now. Yeah, for
Yeah,
anything,
yeah.
especially that one. And if there's anything of bad intent or whatever in the place, I can't see it. But I'd still keep your guard up.
Giffer sort of returns to the tent and goes, "Okay. Okay.
Told you
Not-
the problem was bigger than you thought.
Yep. Not
Yep.
really sure
Yep.
what to make of any of that."
That was one of those
That's gonna
creatures
take-
we were talking about.
Yeah, that's gonna
This
take me a
big
while.
problem is probably going to affect more than just a Reethorp. This is
Yep,
just a
that's-
symptom of a larger problem.
It's going to take me a while to process this.
Yeah. you're
Okay,
telling
I'm
me.
going to have to factor this into plans. Yeah, she just turns
There's
and
some
walks out the
fucked up
tent. You can
shit. There's
see
some fucked up
she's
shit
just
going
like
on.
she just walks out the tent, and you can see she's just like off to just sort of collect her thoughts. Really,
I
she
know
needs
that
a
she's
moment.
not getting paid, but how it's just that thing where you're just like, do you know what? I do not get paid enough for this shit. It's that kind of feeling.
Bitten off
man.
more than I can chew. Yeah.
Ah, shit. This is not what I signed up for.
Meanwhile, I'm still looking at a blank piece of paper. So.
It's at this point, Vienna, you
Yeah.
hear in your mind, interesting. Finish the report, daughter. We'll convene the council. Await
this is
further
escalating.
instruction.
This is escalating a bit further than we anticipated.
It won't escalate that much. It's
Oh,
like
we know
paying
what's going to
a
happen. No, it'll
fee.
be fine. It'll be like, in The Hobbit, when the dwarves are like, oh no, we're going to die. And then the elves just come in and they're like, yeah, right at the end and they save the day. It's going to be like that, yeah? Wait, was it The Hobbit or was that Lord of the Rings? Like the cool shit, the cool thing where you get allies at the last minute when you think all hope is lost, and then they're just like, yeah, and you win, and it's gonna be fine.
Did she
And
say
sunshine and
finish the
rainbows.
report?
Yeah.
As
finish
if the report wasn't finished.
No, she said await instructions
Yeah.
All right.
at the end of her message.
She did say
So-
finish the report at the same time, so what hasn't she?
I guess.
No,
finish the
she said
report.
as in like she's finished
Continue.
reading the report.
Oh, okay. I thought
Like,
she was
during
like,
that combat.
right.
You got to bear in mind, during that combat, like she
Shit's
was doing
happening
other stuff. She
elsewhere.
was reading the papers.
I heard it as daughter, finish the report. Like, what have
Yeah.
you missed? sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
no.
I thought as well.
In this case, it was the report had been sent, and during that time, but up until now, she's been spent reading it and
Mm.
mulling it over as to what to do. Okay.
Well, we're waiting on that one then.
Giffer eventually comes back and like just slumps into a chair in the tent and goes, right. So, I mean, I'll help with the big problem how I can, but mostly I'm going to focus on the small problem that I can deal with, if that's all right with you.
Well, the thing is with the small problem is if we can sort out what's going on in Pelor and all of that bad shit, then it should expose the bigger problem. And then because the smaller problem's not there anymore, we can deal with the bigger problem. So
Well then, let's just focus on the small problem, and I will put the big problem to a corner of my mind where it will give me nightmares, but I don't have to think about it during the waking day. Okay?
all right, sounds fair.
By the way, if anyone gets cut by one of these creatures,
Oh shit, did anyone get hit? I don't. Xandal, are you okay? Do we need to
What?
check you over
It's
for?
it's the
Yeah,
red
yeah.
and
You
blue.
don't want to get cut by these things. If you get cut by one of these things, you could become one of them. So
Ooh.
don't let them touch you.
The red and
Nightmare
blue.
fuel.
is-
Nightmare fuel. You don't even know the start of it.
as
So is
Blossom
that
was
why
saying,
there's
we
been
need the red and
disappearances
blue.
in the lower city?
Ah, fuck me. Yes, probably. Shit. That would have been good to know.
Well, again, you didn't ask. I didn't think that was relevant.
Well, we
Just
didn't know
now.
it was happening, so how would we know if it was relevant?
I didn't know it was right. I thought you were just dealing with Pelor. Didn't know you were dealing with apparently
you.
creatures that infect other people and turn them into them. I thought
know.
people would
I
just be
don't want
going
to be
missing
an
because
evil
of being
man.
taken by the slavers.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
it's in
I
that
just
picture
assume
I
that
wasn't sure.
every action that we do is to stop the world from ending. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
always
pretty
think
much.
big picture, and even if it's a small scenario saving a couple of slaves,
Probably, yeah.
I still see that as saving the world.
It's saving your world, right? Yeah. Okay. Fucking hell.
So that's a good shout. We should check to see if anyone here has been scratched or bitten.
I mean, you got done the.
Well, I've
As
just
explosion,
Blossom
checked
was
right?
everyone
trying
over.
to say,
Ah,
only the red and blue.
oh, what? Not the green?
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, you had been
Ah.
you had been
Yeah.
informed by Brazag that the reproductive
yeah.
is only in the red and blue slot.
Apologies, Reese. Apologies.
Your mic seems to be very, very quiet. I'm trying to
Reese is always quiet.
I know. I've got him at like 200% volume, and he's not jumping up on the.
No,
Oh,
I
There
know.
we go.
It's fine.
I heard you that
There
time.
we go.
Yeah, we're sorry. We
Okay.
didn't hear you.
Gifford just sort of goes, right, well, I'm going to go and make sure my men are rested and try and fix some of the damage and maybe make some food.
You're gonna eat
Just,
after this?
I'm going to have to eat, try to eat. She just walks out. She just leaves you guys.
You
She's
ever
done
notice
with
how
your.
wherever we go, we scar people for life and blow up cities?
She's done with your crap for the moment.
Are we the bad guys?
Vienna's kind of sitting there going, I wonder what my mother thought of Minas Pangoli blowing up.
Did you not? Did you mention that? Should you have mentioned that?
I never said we did it. I just said it. I heard.
Ah, good.
Saw from a distance in a boat.
And laughed, didn't you?
And laughed.
Blossom, just be thankful you don't have to give reports back to your family on a regular basis.
Not anymore. He probably did before he was disowned, let's be honest. Your father seems the controlling type. No offense.
What, Blossom?
No,
I was going to say,
Xandal.
Blossom.
I said
thought we were
Blossom.
talking
Yeah.
about Xandal and his father.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
sorry.
thinking that.
yeah.
I was just like, wait, who are we talking about?
We know Blossom's father now? What?
What?
It's about an hour later. By this point, Xandal, you have managed to complete your stamps on the various robes, and some of Giffer's men who were still able to move have begun making works on forged documents for you. Vienna, you receive another sending.
Oh god.
The council has reached a decision. You will deliver an ultimatum to Sargast.
That's an in.
He will report, or we will send riders.
Oh shit, man!
Report or send Driders. Fantastic.
Giant spider people. Yay!
Because we all love those. So when it says report,
I mean, we're just assuming he's taking money.
oh, he
On
absolutely
a
will
good
be.
thought, because he hasn't been talking to.
It's clear he has not
Navi.
been heard of in Naveen for 10 years.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, I'm assuming by report that means go to Naveen.
You assume it'll either be, Sargast has no way of casting magic, so it would either be return to Naveen or find someone who can cast the magic necessary for him to report.
Or he could be like, "Well, you can send my report to her.
Ask
I'll
for
give you
that
the message
in
to
writing.
pass along."
And I will respond, since when have I been your maidservant, man?
Yes, this
So,
is true.
yeah.
Yeah, stick it to them. Stick it to them, Fiona. Yeah. Girl power. Fuck yeah.
Report yourself. Yeah.
Do your own shit. I hate you, mate. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I will.
But
So
yeah, Vienna, the threat of sending Driders is
bad.
fairly serious. Driders are the boogeymen of the Drow cities.
I'm right in thinking a Drider
Like-
is basically torso of a human or
A drow.
but
Yeah.
legs
A
and abdomen
Drid-
of a spider.
Yeah, a Drider is a failed priestess of Lolth. Like
Yeah.
when you want to become a priestess of Lolth, you have to go through a ritual where you reach out to Lolth herself for basically the permission to be one of her priestess. If she doesn't like you, you get transformed into a Drider. And though you will not be killed by other drow, and because obviously you are now a spider person, you are considered an outcast. You are shoved out to the outside of the city, and
Uses and forces.
you are kept fed and you are kept okay, but you are basically, and you still, because the transformation makes you completely loyal to Lolth, you will do anything a priestess of Lolth says. You won't ever harm any other drow, but you are the boogeymen of the drow world. You are these horrible, monstrous failures. Like mothers would say to their daughters, "Eat your greens, or Lolth will turn you into a Drider," sort of thing.
Got a
It's
little
it's that
vision of
level.
little
But
Vienna
they're
looking up at her mum, and her mum's just like, "Turn
physically
into
a
a
lot
Drider," and you'd be like,
stronger than you. Yeah, they're physically a lot stronger than your typical drow, but they are essentially feared to become one.
"Yeah, makes sense."
Yeah. So Vienna will, if Giffer's in the proximity, Vienna will say, right, so I've now got to that's a point. She didn't actually give me anything proof.
Yeah, how would she prove? Yeah, she'd need an insignia of the council or something, wouldn't she? You're not going to believe just her word.
Yeah.
I
Like
would,
I report to Naveen.
especially if I, yeah.
It's why
Do
I
you want
said
to
ask for something in
send a-
writing.
Do you want to send another report? You've still got the stone.
Yeah, I'll write as like, can you provide me with written proof?
You send that. About 10 minutes later, Vienna, you see that same fountain of spiders appear, writhing and crawling over each other, and in the middle of them is not a scroll, it's not a missive, it is a golden symbol of Lolth with the crest of Naveen in it. And you know that this is an emissary crest. And these
Okay.
are only given out for official business.
Okay.
That would be incredibly useful
That
for
is
more than
very
just
useful.
him. That might be
I'm
a
gonna
way
keep
to at least walk around the visitors' district safely without being bothered.
So yeah, now she's
Maybe.
got that, she will turn to Giffer and say, okay, I now have a means of getting around the city. I also need to report to Sargast I need to tell him he needs to report to Naveen. That gets rid of him.
Right.
Okay, that's a beginning, I suppose. All right. Do you want me to take you to the slave market now, or are you wanting to rest up?
Well, I
Probably
wasn't
rest,
particularly-
hide our weapons again if we're going to be moving around.
I'm going to have to basically reverse everything I've done and come in a logical way. Otherwise, people are going to get suspicious. And
That
I
means
mean,
sneaking
we
you
can
out of the city to get back in.
we can get you out.
all right,
And she points to a corner of the cavern, and you see a pile of boxes. She moves over and pulls them aside, and you see another tunnel. It's not.
Right.
Don't really like to let people know, but this does lead out of the city. We've been using it to funnel
Please tell
slaves
me
out.
that Green, the dude that turned into
Oh
the Green Kid
no,
does not know about this. Good, good. Okay.
no,
He's not been seen sneaking around these crates.
no. He's been listening in at my tent and taking part in the training. That's about it.
All right. You
Now-
definitely not mentioned that in the tent then.
Definitely not. No.
Okay.
This is something that only myself and maybe one of my most trusted compatriots knows about, which is Ramask, who is on the surface.
Yeah, he seemed legit.
so I have a feeling
But
I
this
may
will-
have to be doing this alone, though.
Yes. Wait, didn't you say you needed someone with you?
Just
You
for
also
communications, but
you also still need to find the drow way into the city, so you
Yeah.
probably need the
I
help.
can get one of the netters to do that once
Okay.
I. So
Yeah, if she's coming in initially from Navi, that she wouldn't initially know about that
no,
because she's
So-
not had any. They've had no contact with him, so he wouldn't have told them about what was going on in Reethorp. So yeah,
Makes sense.
should be fine.
Yeah.
So once I'm in there, I'm guessing the plan is I send Sargast off to report to Naveen. I carry the fort, so to say.
So
After that, I
is
think
this
I'd be...
completely solo, or do you need a bodyguard? Or...
Do you want a servant or a slave with you
Hmm?
for
think
extra
you need to be-
protection?
whether you need to be branded or not.
I don't mind. What's another scar,
I've also
right?
been branded.
Well,
Mm,
Giffer goes, if you're acting as a diplomat and an emissary, no one says you can't have your own bodyguards, mercenaries.
even if
Yes,
they're not
but
human.
even if they're
Even if they're not
second-class
human, they
citizens?
would have to be. You would have to be escorted from place to place by the Templar, but they couldn't.
I mean,
Under
We've already
diplomatic law, they can't
seen-
deny you at least one bodyguard.
But they've already seen my face, right? When we came down the stairs?
I think I'm going
Or
to
the
have to do
Radiant.
this one alone. But
I haven't been spotted. Not really, but the shield has.
yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure I can get one of the already there slaves.
At
to
this
be a
point,
communication.
puts a hand out to you, Val, and goes, "Give me cloak."
Okay.
Earth! You
Takes the cloak, wraps it around herself, and now there is a
Yeah.
small drow version of Urt stood there.
Wow. What is
Uh,
a drow?
Simple solution.
I'd be able to
Not really.
give her armor back then, yes. You should be able to
Yes.
get away with wearing it.
I don't know.
Okay.
But
You're,
she's
you're so young.
Out of
inexperienced.
curiosity, I will
That
ask
means
in character.
I am aid to emissary to learn.
I don't really know if they. Oh, I suppose as a drow, yeah, disguise. But
Yeah.
wait, but the hound things, they can. Won't they be able to tell that?
I'm still as exotic as
Because
you
you're.
are.
Won't you smell different or something? I don't know.
To a human, we both do.
Diplomatic emissary. Why would hounds be allowed to smell me?
It's a big assumption, Earth.
And
But
All I'm
to
saying
remind
is
you,
that-
I'm also exotic, so
It is. I mean, she's grown to her adult stage. She is an adult as much as any of us. I'm only like, what am I, 18?
Also,
No, you were
You're
19 when you turned
19
20
now.
because you had a
Yeah,
year
20.
taken off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas
We
she's
should
only
start
goes-
treating her as
she's
an
a
adult.
child.
It goes.
Stop acting
Also,
like one.
I'm only one who can send messages.
That's fair. Are you going to be able to do things that you may not want to do? You kill, someone who might, might not necessarily
It's
deserve it.
not like
Ert is simply aid to emissary, not a soldier. I is merely bookkeeper. Why would I be killing people?
I just mean in general self-defense, Earth. I need to know that you can defend yourself because if anything goes
Oh,
wrong
yeah.
and you're discovered, I need to know.
Her spirit
what's in-
guardians has killed more people than we have.
I was gonna say.
I was gonna
That's
say.
not many people I've
Probably
killed
the
before I
most
met
lethal
you.
one out of
Yeah.
us all.
Also,
Spirit Weapon.
Ert has way of getting us out of dodge if need to. Will get us back to Maham, but gets us out of dodge.
Oh yeah, they got that recall thing.
Word of
Yeah.
recall.
So,
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it goes to crap, then Vienna and Ert will get out of trouble.
I know, I just worry
Right.
about you, and you're also the one that generally keeps us alive, so...
I will do my
But
best.
Vienna's going to be the one going into danger.
It's me who's gonna get killed, if anyone.
So what are we going to do? Sit on our thumbs while we wait?
I don't know. That's up to you to decide. I'm merely saying I'm probably best to go with Vienna.
Alright. I guess we got to let go of the apron strings at some point. Being all like melodramatic because she's like sees Ert as her daughter.
That goes. Only apron strings I'm interested in are Wilma's.
Ert!
What?
Good girl.
Good girl.
As we're doing that. So Ert's in a little disguise, and Vienna says,
Yeah.
"Right, some drow ground rules. You, as
Yes.
female, are superior. Do not get told what to do by any man."
Right.
Yeah.
She
I mean, you
walks
couldn't do
over
that
to
anyway.
Val and looks up at him and kicks him in the shin and go, "You do what I say."
Perfect.
With other drow, not with me.
I
No,
think it's pretty funny.
All male are subservient.
See, she's got the hang of it already.
Wow.
Val goes to
Created
like
a
go get
monster.
Mortimer and just like, okay.
It's just acting.
As you go to
Val,
get
relax.
Mortimer, clutches her holy symbol and her hand glows
No, she's like
slightly.
ready there. When I
Oh,
said
sorry.
ready to kill, I didn't mean us.
So yeah, basically Vienna kind of goes over the basic level of drow society, how
Yeah,
they
drow
work.
etiquette,
Oh,
etc.
Yeah, how they.
No, we get it. We're gonna send you Ert's character sheet. Now you have to control Ert while you're away.
Hang on, I didn't think
Yes.
this
Yeah, I
through.
can do that.
No, that is not what's happening.
Ah, I know
So,
that he's in charge of
Paddy's
everything.
controlling the
Curiosity.
character. I'm controlling her in combat, but then Vienna's steering her.
Yes.
Yeah,
There should hopefully be
Everyone's
no combat if
controlling
you
her.
do this right.
hopefully. Is there anything we can give her that just gives her advantage for everything all the time? We wish. There is no such item.
Out of curiosity, do you reckon I could get away with that as well? And have maybe Blossom with her whip?
Am I
As
supposed
in
to do?
getting into the city, you mean? Giffer goes.
Uh,
Or
as
being a
in-
drow.
No, as in having.
Oh, a bodyguard.
Yes.
I don't see why not. If you wanted to come from outside on some form of diplomatic mission, however, you will be escorted everywhere by Radiant Templars, even
That's
with
what I don't want.
Blossom.
That's
Splitting party, we
true.
need to not
It's
split
Templar.
party
So-
any more than it already is.
No, no.
Short of finding someone who can illusion you all into drow, it's
No,
I
that's
don't
fine.
think
I
that
will-
might work for you two, but I'm not. I don't know.
Also, not gonna lie,
I
Val's
think
slightly offended that Zadra
I-
didn't pick him.
I'm thinking
I-
of the shield. You could.
I know, it's
He's-
Val's
yeah.
still slightly
I-
offended.
Giffer
My
goes.
friend.
I do know a way you could all illusion into drow.
wait. Okay.
It would cost some gold, but if you go to old Ptolemy, he'd probably be able to make you some kind of shape change potion.
Would that be different? Like, if say someone had the same abilities that I do and has the true sight, would they be able to see through it? If it was that, though.
You'd have to ask old Ptolemy. I don't know exactly what he can do. Most of the time, all
As
he does is cause
if we can't
explosions.
guarantee that, yeah.
That's unless if you guys
Explosions.
want to go looking into some
Yeah,
information.
he's
gathering.
fascinated with this black powder stuff that he keeps mumbling about.
Ah,
Oh,
fuck.
fuck.
Oh, fuck! It's not a bit dust, is it? Or is that black? Oh, that kind of black powder. Right. Oh, okay. We're
I
doing
thought it
that.
was
Wait,
probably,
okay.
yeah.
Is this a homage to a certain character, I wonder? Please make them as crazy. Yes.
But yes,
Okay.
if you asked him to make you some form of shape change potion,
Is he down
I've
here?
seen. Yes, he lives in the lower city. He was used to live in the upper city, but was thrown out after he blew up 5 shops.
Wow. Yeah,
Not all
that
his.
would do it. That would do it. That
I
would do it.
think
Yes.
it may be an idea to work this
That
on
reminds me of Inala.
the two fronts. If Vienna and work the drow angle, we may be able to get
Work
different
something else in the
information and
background.
gossip
Yeah,
as
but if
we
we all
are.
look like drow, wouldn't we have to stay in the areas that drow are seen? We're going to
Exactly.
look
I
more
don't
dodgy
why I
walking
think
around.
keep it me
You
and
don't necessarily have to look
yeah.
like drow. You could have him make you potions to look like any
Human.
creature. I don't know
Yeah.
how well they'd pass up to
Scrutiny.
scrutiny, but again, that would be something to talk to with him. He's genius, but
Crazy by
weird.
the sound of it.
Mm.
Some of the best are.
Okay.
Definitely sounds
I
like
know
we've all
he's
got.
our main source of healing potions.
Oh, I mean, even if you can't get us the things, getting us some healing potions without Earth being here would probably be a good idea. Although hiding them on our person is going to be difficult.
I love you how you think Ert heals.
I mean, she
we have got
does.
other healers.
She has 2 healing spells. Everything else is offensive.
And more ways than one, right?
Yay. So, are we saying we're going to have a bit of a rest after that battle and then go and execute the plans first thing in the morning? What time of day roughly is it right now?
If it just goes, no idea.
God knows. Nobody knows.
Yeah, we live underground, and even when you go above ground, it's daytime.
Fair.
We don't measure time the same way. In
How many
Reethorp.
hours has passed since we left this morning? Left earlier today.
Again, not entirely certain.
Okay. Would we be feeling tired?
You are feeling tired, but you have just gone through
Combat,
a rather difficult battle.
Okay. It's probably worth resting, then sneaking you out with Ert, and then doing other missions the next day.
Yeah, if you guys maybe want to look at how you're going to solve the resource situation. So you had that plan of initially cutting the resource.
Trying to find where it's coming.
Yeah,
like going
so
to the warehouse and
right.
seeing is it actually coming from there, or is where's it coming from?
I know we're splitting the party, but
Sandal's already sat there. He's sorting through his bag of holding, giving away Vienna and all this stuff back.
yeah.
And he's working with Giffer to figure out what he can get away with walking around the city.
Yeah.
And then I guess I'll hide that dagger on my person and give my lightning rapier back to Blossom to hide in the slips.
Out of curiosity as well, I also have an idea that may spread panic throughout the entire area.
Why would we want to incite panic? Well, not now, but like, what?
Later on. It may cause people to question their faith.
I mean, that might be
Or
good.
the way that they work in their faith.
Right. Are you going to explain what it is, or just be vague?
If we
Right.
can get into range, we can shut that light out.
That big light, you think you could shut that light out? How? How? Because
Seeing darkness?
how? I mean, I can cast
No,
darkness. I don't think I would cover that thing that size.
not necessarily. It's an item. It's a magical effect, is it not?
What
If
is?
it goes,
We don't know.
On a
as
huge
far as
scale?
I'm aware,
I mean, I've got a candle snuffer, but I don't think that.
Are you on about dispel
Yeah.
magic?
Yeah.
What level magic do you think that is going off at?
Well,
Well,
if
I
it's
mean,
an
if
item, it
it's
shuts
not-
it down.
If it's not
If
divine,
it's
it
a
would shut it down,
spell-
and that would make them doubt. Yes, maybe.
If it,
But what if that's legitimately divine? Like there is some legitimacy to this bullshit.
Do
it's
you
still
think-
magic.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm
Yes, but
doubting
do you think
that.
you can fight against God's magic?
Yeah.
My god could beat up Pelor.
My God's better than yours.
Wow. he doesn't speak to me. He
My
doesn't
god will
speak to
beat
me.
up your god.
Your God. Yeah. His God Triferian will beat
Somewhere-
Pelor up, and then the
somewhere-
Raven Queen will just keep
somewhere
bringing him back.
somewhere far, far to the west, Fandor Brighthammer immediately feels indignant and wants to beat up a Dragonborn.
Oh dear. Well, that's the plan. That's the plan we've got so far.
Right, well, stew's done. It's mushroom. I hope that's all right. It's basically what we've got.
I love mushroom. Let's go.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
Fire food.
but yeah, grab yourself a bowl, grab what you want, and you can use any of the tents to rest. I'm gonna go and see what I can find out from my men and see if the gate guards have seen anything. And yeah, she just walks off.
Xandor's going to spend a few moments to wander around and just cast mending where he can.
Yep.
To at least give the guys a sense of, we've not just
Yeah.
walked in and their home's just been ruined.
Sorry.
But as you
That's
guys-
another running theme.
Val also
you
feels a
guys
little
sit-
bit. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, go
Val
ahead.
also feels a little lost because part of what he does to socialise with people he has never met before is to go, do you want to talk about my Lord and Saviour Tritherian? But these all seem to be Tritherian worshippers, so he doesn't know
So they
how
already
to
know.
Yeah.
talk
It's
to
like,
these
well,
people
you know,
because they already know.
I mean,
so
you have so much in common with them.
true. Probably sit down and chat to people and talk about the my experience because obviously I've spoken to the Hound and the Hound has technically brought me
Yeah.
back from death, so I could spin that tale.
Yep.
Try and
They all enjoy your tales and tell their own, although none is quite as visceral or real as yours. Most of them have only received like vague feelings of assurance through prayers, and that's about it. But yes, as you take your time, socialize, eat, and begin to rest, ready for the next leg of this adventure,
I'll try and teach
feel
some
that's-
more thieves' camp as well.
I feel that that is a good place,
good place to
stop.
stop. I had a
this
feeling
session.
that was, yeah.
Yep. So hope you all enjoyed that bit of interesting going on. Lots of
Chaos is only we can provide.
chaos, gremlins happening. Not sure when our next session's going to be because I believe Steph, you're
Because
I'm
available.
LARPing. Yeah.
So what was you saying? You're
Yeah.
LARPing on the 2nd?
So not next week, weekend after.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so-
2nd.
I mean, I've bought all the body cams.
and then
so-
16?
I
Uh,
was going to actually send you the dates. I'll send you them through.
Yeah, send
we
the
can-
dates and then
yeah.
we can just move
Yeah.
stuff around.
We need to set up like a group calendar or something.
I think we do.
Yes, I think we should, and then we wouldn't. Yeah, because a lot of the time I think we all talk about, oh, when are you going to be free, and we all talk about it verbally. Don't write it down, and then in a week's time we're like, so when is everyone actually free? Because we forgot
Yeah.
what we talked about.
Yeah.
Let's set up a Google
Um,
Docs and we'll all put our stuff in
but
there.
yeah,
Yeah.
we will keep an eye on socials. We will let you know if we're doing a session on another day or whether it's going to be a while until the next session. But
Or
we
whether
will
it's going to be a
keep you all
one
up,
shot randomly.
or a one shot, or something else. We will keep you all updated. I mean, with Vienna and Urt going off, we may just continue and just do
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
four
we
who
could
are
just do
staying
an
in
A team
another
or
group.
an NNB team. Yeah.
So
Yep.
we will make some decisions and we will make you all aware of it and when
Mm.
to expect us to be live and playing next. But
Announcements will
until
not be
then-
going out on. Sorry, I'm saying announcements will not be going out on Twitter anymore because of Twitter stuff that's going on. So it gives you an excuse to go and subscribe to youtube.com/@DiceAndMimics. Go to the community tab, and that's where we'll be announcing stuff.
But until then, guys, hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoy your own games. Sorry for the technical difficulties that happened with my computer. I will try and get that fixed so it doesn't happen next time and that this laggy camera will stop lagging. But until then, bye from all of us for now. Goodbye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.